Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. National Survival. My ability is to sign in. Chapter 1. Welcome to the survival game. As you can see, you are now in your own cabin. Survival is the most important thing for you at the moment. If you want to live longer, please remember the following points. 1. Everyone is randomly assigned to any place in the survival world. There are oceans, land, deserts, and isolated islands. Each place is different, but the risk factor is the same. Don't think that you are safe just because you seem safe. 2. Try to collect various supplies, such as food, water, materials, ores. They will greatly guarantee your safety. 3. Everyone has his own cabin, which is your safe shelter. The survival world is full of dangers. Upgrade your cabin. At any time, it will be your trustworthy partner. 4. Although the possibility of meeting the same kind is not high in the early stage, there are accidents in everything. Once you meet the same kind, you can become a solid ally, or you may become an extremely jealous enemy. Trust and plunder, please choose carefully. 5. The survival game is not just a game. Once you die, the real world will really die. Please cherish and treat your only life carefully. Closing square bracket. 6. Everyone has a survival watch, in which you can communicate, trade, auction. Of course, the various materials you collect can also be stored in it. Closing square bracket. 7. The dangers in the survival world are of various kinds, including but not limited to various wild beasts, fierce beasts, monsters. Maybe a seemingly quiet and beautiful piranha plant. Closing square bracket. 8. Don't worry about the elderly and children, they have not traveled through time, and they will be well taken care of in that world. Closing square bracket. 9. Forget everything in your past, no matter how glorious it is meaningless, live, you will only gain more, and will be stronger than you think. Closing square bracket. 10. The game is about to begin, all human players, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. The game begins, I wish you good luck. Closing square bracket. ... Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Chen Yuan frowned slightly. He was in a small wooden house. The wooden house was simply furnished with a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair. In the middle of the wooden house, there was a stove made of several stones, a stone pot, and a very ordinary stone axe. Are you guys in the survival game? Chen Yuan remembered that he just took a nap, and when he woke up, he appeared here. There was a black watch on his hand. It showed the time and temperature, 6 o'clock in the morning, 12 degrees. He concentrated slightly. A panel appeared in his eyes. Have you all traveled through time? Where are you in the survival world? I just looked. I'm in a desert, so pitiful. Woo, I want to go home, I want my mother. What the hell? I just met a female netizen to discuss some simple and easy problems, and I traveled through time. Today is my wedding night. Ha ha ha, we have all been abducted by aliens, we are all going to die, the end of the world is coming. The idiot above. The idiot above +1. I seem to be on a sea, there is a small wooden house on the raft, and I have a spear in my hand. The spear, is it used to catch fish, but in front of me, it seems to be a shark. Kill fish. The watch is obviously a survival watch. There are several pages on the panel. The first page is the World Chat channel, where conversations flash by densely. If you focus your eyes on a certain place, the speed will slow down. There are numbers next to it. 52, 6,781, 4,362. 5.2 billion, this is probably the number of humans who have traveled through. Except for the elderly and children, all of them have come. Chen Yuan frowned. His eyes fell. He noticed that there was a large golden speaker at the dialogue point of the World Chat channel. Does this mean that in the World Chat channel, each person has only one chance to speak every day? There are very few opportunities, so it seems that they cannot be wasted at will. Next to the World Chat channel is the Regional Chat channel, with 10,000 people. The name format is the same as the World Chat channel, which is name plus age. Height. For example, Chen Yuan's is Chen 24.182 Yuan. There are also many people chatting in it. I can't talk in the World Chat channel, so I came here. You can only post once a day there. I was playing PUBG, I had already made it to the 6th wave of poison, I was in a favorable position, hiding in a patch of grass, and I was about to win the game, but I actually traveled through time. I want to go back. The takeaway I ordered is still on the way. Takeaway. I guess the takeaway guy also traveled through time on the way to deliver the takeaway to you, and he is cursing in his heart. All human beings, except the elderly and children, have traveled through time. We are in a regional channel, and we are relatively close in terms of location, right? I saw the game reminder that people of the same kind can become friends or enemies, so let's not kill each other, okay? Okay, I just wanted to say this. Is there anyone who wants to add a friend? Let's add a friend first. Chen Yuan quietly exited the regional chat channel. He wanted to see if these people had any experience, but it was obvious that everyone had just traveled through time, and it would be good if they could not panic. Next to the regional chat channel is the personal panel. Click in. There are 5 buttons: Warehouse, Friends, Trade, Auction, and Manufacture. In addition, there are several gray buttons below, which are not turned on, and I don't know what they are. Chen Yuan clicked the Warehouse button. There are 50 spaces inside, and the first 2 spaces are already filled with things, which are a bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water and a piece of 400 grams wheat bread. A bottle of water, a piece of bread. Chen Yuan frowned. Entering the World Chat channel and the Regional Chat channel, some people also started talking about the food in the warehouse, just like him. A bottle of water, a piece of bread. It seems that this is the initial supplies provided by the game to everyone, but what can a bottle of water and a piece of bread do? On the Friends page, Chen Yuan has no friends for the time being. Trade and auction pages, because the game has just started, there are no such things. On the Manufacture page, tool, hammer, stone, wood 0 halves, stone 0 halves. Rope, cotton, linen 0 halves. Charcoal, wood 0/1, fire source. Spear, iron, wood 0 halves, iron 0 halves. Comma. Manufacturing page. There are dozens of basic tools that can be processed and manufactured. However, Chen Yuan does not have any of the required materials. In addition, these tools are the most basic and not of high level. Since this is a survival world, then for now, supplies are the most important. Collect supplies as soon as possible and grow up, especially food and water. A bottle of water and a piece of bread can't last long. Looking at the World Chat channel and the Regional Chat channel again, someone is already shouting to start the action. Chen Yuan picked up the stone axe and walked out of the cabin. The stone axe is used for self-defense, and it is also good to cut down some trees. Walking out of the cabin and looking around, Chen Yuan found himself in a valley full of birdsong and flowers. The environment is beautiful, and the breeze is blowing on the face, so comfortable. Ding! The host sign-in for today has been opened. Do you want to sign in? Standing in front of the wooden house, Chen Yuan looked into the valley. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Sign in. Chen Yuan was stunned. What the hell? He quickly ran to the World Chat channel and Regional Chat channel to check and found that no one said this. Searching for keywords did not find these. Is it just me, the system cheat? Chen Yuan's heartbeat accelerated slightly. Sign in. He thought silently in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You got the excellent iron axe +1. 500 milliliters pure water +10. 400 grams wheat bread +10. Came the voice. Chen Yuan felt something and hurried to the warehouse to check. Really? The original quantity of water and bread in the warehouse was 1, but now it became 11, and in the third grid, there was an extra black iron axe. He seemed a little worried. Chen Yuan muttered silently in his mind, and bottles of water and bread immediately appeared on the grass in front of him, a total of 22 servings. It formed a hill. Chen Yuan looked happy. It seems that everything signed in is true. Even if I get nothing in the next few days, at least I don't have to worry about food. Survive the world. Food and water are vital. And with the sign-in system, you get 20 extra portions of bread and water, so you don't have to worry about it for at least the first few days. Chen Yuan took out the iron axe from the warehouse again. Originally, he had a stone axe in his hand, the one given by the game, but now compared to this iron axe. Too far. First of all, the sharpness of the stone axe is not good, it is several grades worse than the iron axe, and the durability is even worse. Game tips. An ordinary grade stone axe has no sharpness properties or durability properties. It can only be used simply, and you have to worry that it may break at any time when using it. It's really uncomfortable. Game tips. An excellent grade iron axe, sharpness +1/8, durability +1/8, exquisite logging hand axe, durable, and excellent grade. Use it to cut wood, much faster than ordinary stone axes. You can also use it to deal with somewhat a small animal. Note: in the world of survival, all tools, instruments, equipment, and weapons are divided into levels. From low to high, they can be divided into ordinary level, excellent level, perfect level, rare level, epic level, legendary level, and mythical level. Class. A text prompt pops up on the watch. With food, water, and an excellent sharp iron axe. So now, everyone has their own cabin. This is your safe shelter. In the survival world, there are many dangers. Upgrade your cabin. It will be your trustworthy partner at any time. Chen Yuan remembered the game prompts. Cabin. Yes, cabin. He turned and looked at the cabin. In fact, the environment of the entire valley is quite good, but this small wooden house is old and low, and even broken in some places. When you sleep at night, there may be air leakage. Closer to the past, the wooden windows are still damaged. Shake the cabin and hear a creaking sound. This. Game tips. The cabin, broken, as a shelter for everyone in the survival game world. Do everything possible to improve its level. Its function and the protective effect it brings to players will definitely not disappoint you. Current status. Damaged, repairable, repair material, 0/10 wood, do you want to repair it? Repair tips. 1. Before repairing, make a tool hammer to complete the repair work of the cabin faster and better. Repair tips. 2. Only after the cabin has been repaired can it be upgraded. With food and water. And it can last for so many days. There are also excellent iron axes whose cutting speed and efficiency are several times that of ordinary stone axes. Wouldn't it be a waste not to repair and upgrade the cabin? Chen Yuan returned to the cabin, put the stone axe inside, turned around and went out with the iron axe in hand. The iron axe weighs about 5 pounds. The axe handle was made of unknown hardwood, and the axe head was made of fine iron, with a shiny black luster. With a casual swing, the grass on the ground was cut at the waist, very sharp. Holding the iron axe in his hand, Chen Yuan also gave him some confidence. After all, the game said that there are wild beasts, even fierce beasts and monsters in the survival world. Before logging, Chen Yuan took a good look at the surrounding environment again. In the valley, there are 2 high mountains hundreds of meters behind him, which are lush and green, and there is a mist. Between the 2 mountains, there is a stream, and it is unknown where it flows. The location where the cabin is built is not far from the stream. When we came to the stream, the river water was clear, and there were fallen leaves floating on it. In the stream, we can even see some swimming fish. Compared with some deserts, deserted islands, and seas, the conditions are not much better. But the game also said that you should not think that it is safe just because it seems safe. Behind these calmness, the danger may be hard to prevent. The protection of the cabin is particularly important. I didn't care about the fish in the stream. The stream was not shallow. It was not worth wasting time here before I had the right fishing tools. I turned around and walked towards a jungle on the left side of the cabin. There were dense trees there, and it was not far from the cabin. Even if I encountered danger, I could return in time. I looked at the World Chat channel and the Regional Chat channel again. Some people have already started working. They might be collecting supplies, cutting wood, catching small animals, or fighting against big sharks. People in different environments are different. Holding an iron axe, I came to a large pine. Lorraine pine, an evergreen tree with good material and high hardness. It is a high-quality material for building and upgrading wooden houses. Closing square bracket. Cutting began. Click, click, click. The iron axe fell on the large pine. The sharpness of the iron axe was far beyond Chen Yuan's imagination. After just a few minutes, a large pine fell down. Game tips. Wood +2. A large pine can get 2 units of wood. Continue cutting wood. Game tips. Wood +2. Game tips. Wood +2. Game tips. Wood +2. Now that I have thought it through, I am very determined to cut down trees. Eat some bread when you are hungry, drink some water when you are thirsty. But cutting down trees is physically demanding, so Chen Yuan sometimes has to take a break. In a blink of an eye, a morning has passed. This morning, Chen Yuan cut down 40 large trees and got wood plus 80. If it was a stone axe, I would be lucky to cut down more than a dozen trees in a morning, and I would have to worry about whether it would break. During this period, Chen Yuan would also go to the woods to stroll during his rest time. There was no danger, and he also got berries plus 10. These berries are red, smaller than bayberries, sour and astringent. Although the taste is not very good, it can satisfy hunger and replenish water. It is not bad to eat with dry bread. Moreover, collecting berries is much easier than cutting trees. Game tips. Wood plus 10. After cutting down another 5 large trees, Chen Yuan stopped. Enter the manufacturing page. Tool hammer, stone, wood 90 halves, stone 0 halves. A tool hammer is needed to repair the cabin. Without a tool hammer, work cannot be done. Tool hammer, missing 2 stones. And other tools, such as stone spears, stone knives, bowls, stone pots, etc., also require stones. Turning around, he walked towards the direction of the woods near the mountains. There, at the foot of the mountain, there was a thin mist before, and nothing could be seen. Now, a stone area appeared. Quarrying is no easier than logging. Fortunately, with the excellent iron axe, Chen Yuan's work has become easier. In other words, the efficiency is much higher than other players. The stone area in front of us is at the foot of the mountain behind the cabin. It's said to be a stone area, but it's actually just a few big rocks. There are overgrown weeds and many shrubs around. Further up, the trees extend into the mountains. At this time, it was the time of day when the sun was at its peak, but there was still a lot of mist on the mountains, and it seemed that the sun could not easily dispel it. Quarrying. With experience in logging, Chen Yuan quickly became very skilled at picking stones. Click, click, click. The iron axe struck the stone, and the stones were collected by Chen Yuan into the warehouse. Game tip. Stone plus 2. Game tip. Stone plus 2. Game tip. Stone plus 2. The efficiency of quarrying is slightly higher than that of logging. In less than 3 hours, Chen Yuan collected 60 stones. The time came to 4 p.m. Chen Yuan drank some water and ate the remaining half of the bread. From morning to now, he has eaten 2 pieces of bread, 5 berries, and drank 2 bottles of mineral water. Look at the World Chat channel and Regional Chat channel. I'm so pitiful. I've been out on the sea with a spear, fighting a big shark for several hours. I'm pretty good. There are a lot of wild fruits on the mountain. I really envy you. My only stone axe has been broken into pieces. I am looking for stones to make a new stone axe. I'm in the desert. I haven't got anything. The sun is still scorching, and there's a poisonous scorpion that's half a meter long. It's coming to sting me. Ah, I can't stand it. Cutting down trees makes my scalp numb. I want to go home. I am the boss of a listed company. I will give 1 billion to anyone who can take me home. That boss upstairs should stop daydreaming. Everyone here is equal, regardless of high or low. 1 billion is not as useful as toilet paper. Haha, I'm so lucky. I was tired from cutting down trees and rested next to a tree. A silly rabbit bumped into it innocently. Am I the right one in the game? I'm envious. I can have a good meal upstairs tonight. No, I'm injured. My hands are bleeding. They're all bleeding. Wow, will I die? Various shapes. Everyone has their own experiences. Most people already know how to collect supplies and work hard to survive in this world. However, the situation for some people who have had a bad start and are in a bad environment seems not to be optimistic. Certainly, this is nothing Chen Yuan can worry about. Perhaps even more dangerous environments, once they overcome them, will there be unexpected gains. Look at the transaction and auction pages again. There are already people trading and auctioning. Seller. Lin Feng 32.173. Trading item. 5 berries. Requirement. 500 milliliters water. Inventory. 1, Seller. Lu Xiaoya 22.168. Trading item. 1 copper block. Requirement. 200 milliliters water, purified water. Inventory. 3. Seller. Fang Wei 40.169. Trade item. 10 pieces of flax. Requirement: 0.5 pieces of raw meat. Inventory: 1, most of them want to exchange food and water. As for those who want to exchange raw meat, I'm afraid they are not dreaming. At this stage, raw meat comes from animals. In addition to filling you up and replenishing energy, raw meat also provides a lot of protein. With Chen Yuan's current high-intensity logging and quarrying, without protein supplements, he would not be able to work for a few days just by eating some shriveled bread. Game tip: stone plus 2. Game tip: stone plus 2. After collecting 10 more stones, Chen Yuan's arms were already very sore, so Chen Yuan stopped quarrying. This much stone and wood is almost enough. Even if it is not enough, it can be traded later. At worst, if you take out a piece of bread, I believe many people will still want it. Turn around, walking towards the cabin, but he hasn't taken 2 steps yet. Chen Yuan suddenly stopped. That was just now. Looking back, there were only 2 rays of light in the jungle. The light is green. Chen Yuan hadn't paid much attention before, but now he turned around and saw those 2 dim lights, so cold and cold. It's the eyes of a wolf. There are actually wolves in the jungle on the mountain. Chen Yuan's heart was pounding. Breathing stopped in an instant. The wolf was gray and white, about 1 meter tall, and larger than the real wolf. It stood in a bush, 50 meters away from Chen Yuan, staring at Chen Yuan with its 2 dim light-like eyes. In a place with such good conditions, danger is inevitable. What should you do if you encounter a wolf in the jungle? Chen Yuan didn't panic too much. He had thought about what to do if he encountered danger, even if it was a wolf, and Chen Yuan was considering all of this. Holding an iron axe, the axe blade was pointed at the wolf. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed fiercely. Although his body was retreating step by step, his eyes were fixed on the wolf. He had read a lot of books, and if at this moment his eyes showed panic and fear, a look of escaping from the wolf, and a hint of timidity, he was afraid that the wolf would pounce on him in an instant. The truth in the book is indeed correct. I don't know whether Chen Yuan's eyes were too fierce and fearless, or whether he was holding an iron axe and looked majestic. He stared at the wolf as he backed away in the direction of the cabin. The wolf also stared at Chen Yuan. No action was taken. When Chen Yuan was only 10 meters away from the cabin, the wolf reacted and rushed towards Chen Yuan. The speed is very fast, like a sharp arrow. Run! Chen Yuan no longer hesitated. The moment the wolf rushed towards him, he turned around and ran towards the cabin, running for his life without looking back. Boom! Rush into the wooden house and close the door hard. Fasten the wooden pegs. Chen Yuan pressed against the wooden door, his heart beating wildly. Boom! 10 seconds later, the wolf slammed into the wooden door due to inertia. Then, he seemed unwilling to give in. Bang bang bang. It hit the wooden door again and again, causing the entire wooden house to tremble slightly. But the seemingly flimsy wooden house finally withstood the wolf's impact over and over again. After dozens of blows like this, the wolf didn't know whether it was tired or hurt by the impact, so he left angrily. There was no movement outside the door. But Chen Yuan didn't dare to open the door. He wasn't sure if the wolf was really gone, and even with the iron axe, he still had little chance of winning against a wolf alone. Fortunately, I just took a look, and it's just one wolf. Wolves are social animals, but what's going on with that wolf? Is it out? Or maybe the stone area is too close to the back mountain, and the sound of quarrying attracted it when it was out looking for food. Chen Yuan is also analyzing. At this time, you must keep your mind clear. Looking at it now, the wooden house still has some effect. Of course, it is particularly important to strengthen the wooden house and do a good job in the defense of the wooden house. Such a dilapidated wooden house can survive once. How many more times in the future? Didn't think much about it. The manufacture bar opens, and the tool hammer starts manufacturing immediately. After the game prompted -2 wood and -2 stones, a brand new tool hammer appeared in Chen Yuan's hand. The damaged cabin currently requires 11 pieces of wood to repair. Do you want to repair it? Staring at the cabin, the game text appears. One more piece of wood was needed to repair it than before. It seemed that the impact of the wolf had made the already poor cabin even worse. Repair. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan thought silently in his heart. Game tips. Wood 11. After the game prompt appears, the tool hammer automatically starts hammering along the damaged area of the cabin, clang clang clang. Restoration work on the cabin has begun. 20 minutes later, the restoration work on the cabin was complete. There are no traces of repairs on the restored cabin. It's more grounded. It's also stronger. Although the space has not changed, the overall thickness has become thicker and the protective capabilities have also been greatly enhanced. Finally, a little more comfortable. Look at the cabin again. Log cabin. The restored cabin, current level LV1, current status can be upgraded, materials required for upgrade. Wood 77/50ths, stone 68/20ths, sand 0/20ths, whiteling wood 0/5ths, iron block 0/2, copper block 0/2. Upgrade effect. The space is doubled, the protection capability is doubled, and functions such as indoor greenhouses and animal husbandry are enabled. Indoor greenhouse. Livestock. It seems that the upgrade of the cabin is imminent. Indoor greenhouses can grow vegetables, fruits, etc., while livestock farming can provide fresh meat, and you can even raise cows to drink milk. But there are too many materials required to upgrade the cabin, including 50 wood, 20 stone, 20 sand, 5 white wood, 2 iron, and 2 copper. Chen Yuan is now satisfied with wood and stones. Go to the trading area first. Chen Yuan was not in a hurry. When I came to the trading area, I saw someone wanting to trade sand and soil at first sight. Further down, there were many people trading sand and soil. Yes, some people are in the desert, and the sandy soil is simply blessed by nature. Most people who trade sand and soil need food and water. Food and water are far away, so there is no need to worry. This kind of scarce material is now in tight market. The trading area is arranged according to the time when players publish transactions, so the further down, the longer it takes to publish. Chen Yuan screens sand and soil transactions. Suddenly, a piece of transaction information caught Chen Yuan's attention. Seller. Lu Xiaoya 22.168. Trade item. 10 parts of sand. Requirement. 200 milliliters water, purified water. Inventory. 3. This Lu Xiaoya seems to have had a deal before. Chen Yuan was somewhat impressed. Because the latter requires pure water. After clicking on her name, it turned out that the player named Lu Xiaoya 22.168 feet had several transaction information on her personal homepage. Among them, transaction information that Chen Yuan was familiar with before appeared. Seller. Lu Xiaoya 22.168. Trading item. 1 copper block. Requirement. 200 milliliters water, purified water. Inventory. 3. In addition, there is also information on the transaction of iron blocks. 1 unit of iron blocks is also traded for 200 milliliters of pure water. There are sand, iron, and copper. Chen Yuan decided to talk to her. But the counterparty's price was obviously too high. Even if she had all these, the price would have to be lowered. And at this time, in an abandoned mining area in the world of survival, in a small wooden house, a beautiful girl with an appearance of at least 9 points was at a loss. She is Lu Xiaoya. Like many others, she came to the world of survival. But the place she was in was an abandoned mining area. Here, stones, sand, copper, iron and many other material minerals can be easily collected. However, food and water are too difficult. Finally, she traded some wild fruits. But no one is willing to trade with her for water, because what she needs is pure water. How about changing the settings so that it's not pure water? It's not pure water. Who knows where the river or lake water is from? Is it clean? Are there any fallen leaves, invisible bugs, bacteria, etc.? In this world, if you get sick, you will be in real trouble. Lu Xiaoya was very confused. It's not like she needs pure water. If the water from rivers and lakes is boiled to kill the virus, that's okay too. But she had no fire-making tools, such as flints, and no one was selling them in the trading area. It's so hard for me. Lu Xiaoya pouted slightly. At this time, someone sent her a private message. I have water, I can trade it with you. There was a prompt in the private chat on the transaction page. She saw it at a glance. Could it be that she really could only use some river water and lake water? Mine is pure water. But then, the other party's words made Lu Xiaoya's eyes light up. Pure water. Clean. Chen Yuan nodded. It's absolutely clean. The water I have is a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. It's just that your price is too high. In my opinion, 1 unit of iron can't even replace 100 milliliters of mineral water. After all, the water on the market now, the source is unknown, it is contaminated, and it needs to be boiled, and no one trades flint. So, pure water, like meat, is the rarest high-end material. Lu Xiaoya naturally understood, especially when she saw someone on the World Channel having diarrhea for a whole day after drinking water from rivers and lakes, wasting precious time collecting supplies, and dying there. She became even more resistant to lakes and rivers. Then what do you think is the appropriate deal? Lu Xiaoya replied, I will give you a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, including the bottle. I want sand X20, iron X2, and copper X2. If you can, just post the transaction information and trade now. A 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. The value is very high. If you save some money, you can drink until tomorrow. Then you can think of a way to make fire tomorrow and collect fire-making equipment to turn passive into active. Therefore, the current water is very critical. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoya replied, Okay, then I will post the transaction information, please wait a moment. 2 minutes later. System prompt. Sand +20, iron +2, copper +2. System prompt. 500 milliliters mineral water 1. Deal done. Chen Yuan looked at the supplies in front of him, his eyes gleaming with light. It was just a bottle of water, and he got sand +20, iron +2, and copper +2. He had already made some money, not to mention these were the supplies he was in urgent need of. The materials for upgrading the cabin are now only 5 pieces of white ling wood. At this time, the game prompts friends to apply for information. Brother, I just drank your water. It tastes really good. Let's become friends. It's easy for me to find mineral materials in the mining area, but food and water are not convenient. If possible, we can get what we need from each other in the future. Lu Xiaoya received news. Good. Chen Yuan thought about it and didn't refuse. Anyway, this kind of thing happens often in subsequent transaction auctions. After the transaction was completed, Chen Yuan immediately posted a transaction message in the trading area, looking for Bai Ling Mu. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Trading item. 1 bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water. Requirements. 5 pieces of white ling wood. Inventory. 1. The reason why Chen Yuan was so willing was because he searched for Bai Ling Mu in the trading area and found no one selling it. So, he wants to see if there is a brave man under the high price. 1 bottle of 500 milliliters mineral water. For some, this is extremely tempting. Wait until this transaction information is completed. Chen Yuan went to make several more stone bowls, stone manuscripts, and stone daggers. When he came back, he found that the entire channel had completely exploded. Whether it is a world chat channel or a regional chat channel, they were all eagerly discussing his sale of mineral water. This is the boss, the real boss. How to say? Listen to my analysis. First of all, being able to trade mineral water means that this boss has more mineral water. Unlike rivers and lakes, this boss most likely has a clean spring water. Secondly, this big boss wants to trade baling wood. Do you know what baling wood is? After the cabin is repaired, it can be upgraded, and the upgrade materials must include baling wood. In addition to baling wood, there are also other wood, stone, sand, iron, copper. And I just checked the transaction information of this big guy through the trading channel. He only wants Bai Ling Mu. In other words, he may have gathered all the other materials to upgrade the cabin. What? I have been cutting down trees for a whole day, and I only have 30 pieces of wood. Do you think this boss has collected them all? Isn't this too scary? It's impossible. I did look at it, but if there really is a spring water place, it would not be difficult for Mr. Chen to obtain it through trading. That's so lucky, right? I just sent a private message to Mr. Chen. I hope he can reply to me and see if I can exchange some wood for his pure water. These people go through a transaction. In the end, I felt that Chen Yuan had won a clean spring water place. I was really drunk. Certainly. There are also many people who don't believe it and think that Chen Yuan is being mysterious. After all, the more important the materials, the more dangerous they are. Not to mention a place with clean and endless spring water. How can it be obtained so easily? Chen Yuan didn't care about this. He found Lu Xiaoya and conducted another round of transactions, using half a piece of bread to trade 5 iron bars. Brother Chen, you are too stingy. This half piece of bread is not something you have chewed, right? There was a complaining voice from the other side. Don't worry, it's very clean. Chen Yuan replied. Then Lu Xiaoya sent another message, probably asking Chen Yuan if there really was a spring. Obviously, she also saw the message on the channel. Without, Chen Yuan replied with one word and ignored her again. Open the Manufacturing tab and select the manufacturing of Spears Iron. After a whole day, most people have actually accepted the idea of traveling to the world of survival. Chen Yuan even discovered that someone died on the first day, and the number in the world chat channel was decreasing all the time. Danger is always around. And Chen Yuan's danger is that wolf. Chen Yuan had thought carefully before that if it was just a stone axe, he would not be able to fight against the wolf. But with an iron axe, an excellent iron axe, he is still capable of fighting. But having the strength to fight does not guarantee that you will not get injured. This world is too dangerous when one is injured and has no medical supplies. A wound infection could kill him. So, Chen Yuan thought for a while, then traded with Lu Xiaoya in exchange for 5 units of iron, and started making spears iron. The iron axe can be used in close combat. Iron spears can extend the attack distance. This adds another layer of barrier to protect yourself. Game tips. Wood -2, iron block -2. Game tips. Spear iron is manufactured successfully. A spear with a wooden body and a sharp triangular iron head appeared in Chen Yuan's hand, with a length of 2.2 meters. Don't think that 2.2 meters is very long. Some spears in ancient wars were even longer than 5 or 6 meters. Holding it in the palm of your hand increases the safety a lot. It's a pity that there is no crossbow production in the manufacturing column. Otherwise, it would be safer to make a high-quality crossbow to deal with the wolf. Of course, he is not expected to have the materials required for the crossbow. After eating the remaining half piece of bread, Chen Yuan opened another bottle of mineral water and took 2 sips. He also started to sleep. Night had fallen long ago. Since there was no fire-making equipment, the room was completely dark. From this point of view, flint and steel were in short supply and needed to be prepared. In addition, the food and water consumption was a bit larger than expected, and some will need to be replenished tomorrow. If the wolf can be killed, the food can be increased a lot. Moreover, I have to look around the woods tomorrow to see if there are any white ling trees. I can't put all my hopes on the transaction. And the most important thing is what Chen Yuan is looking forward to the most. What will tomorrow's check-in be like? When he signed in for the first time, he received 20 units of bread and water, as well as an excellent iron axe, which gave him a much better start than others. And as time goes by, this gap will only grow wider. This also requires him to grasp these better. In this way, Chen Yuan also entered Dreamland with various questions, ideas, plans and expectations. Wake up to dawn. When Chen Yuan got up from the bed, he felt cold and hard all over his body. This wooden bed made him feel uncomfortable sleeping on it. He also worked too hard during the day yesterday. Logging and quarrying consumed a lot of energy, otherwise he might have woken up in the middle of the night. Ding. Host's sign-in is open today. Do you want to sign in? A familiar voice comes. Chen Yuan pushed open the wooden window. It's a familiar valley. Everything is still as it was yesterday, which also indicates that everyone coming to the world of survival is not a dream. A new day has begun. No matter how glorious or embarrassing that world is, it is all a thing of the past like yesterday. Sign in. Chen Yuan's heart moved slightly. Congratulations to the host. I got a blueprint for making a water purifier. Congratulations to the host. You got a medical kit. Congratulations to the host. I got a trap book. Came the voice. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. What a good thing. Quickly go to the warehouse to check. With the water purifier production drawing, once the water purifier is produced, the stream next to it can be fully developed and utilized. The medical kit is a life-saving thing. As for the trap book, you can tell from the name that you can make traps and use them to deal with wolves, which will make you even more powerful. Game tip. I got a blueprint for making a sophisticated water purifier. Do you want to learn it? The moment Chen Yuan took out the blueprint, a prompt came from the game. Study. Suddenly, the densely packed drawings of symbols on the yellowed parchment in his hand turned into a burst of white light and poured into Chen Yuan's mind. Game tips. Learn the blueprints of sophisticated water purifiers successfully. Premium grade water purifier. One of the daily devices. The instrument can purify rainwater, river water, and lake water into drinking water. It works 12 hours a day and purifies 5 liters of water. Materials required. 0/2 copper block, 0/2 iron block, plastic 0/2, filter cloth 0/1. Game tips. Gauze, fine mesh, linen, the effect is equivalent to filter cloth. Purifying 5 liters of water every day is enough for your own use, and the excess purified water can even be traded. At this stage, clean purified water is very competitive. On the market, even if flints appear later, and fires are made to disinfect rivers and lakes, there will be no clean purified water that is competitive. Certainly, since everyone is in a different environment and receives different materials, Chen Yuan cannot guarantee whether the water will be purified later. Therefore, it is the best way to produce high-quality water purifiers as soon as possible and enter the mass production and sales stage to maximize its use in the early stage. Next, Chen Yuan opened the medical kit again. Obtained X4 bandages, X3 disinfectant, X2 healing medicine, and X1 anesthetic. There is no need to say much about bandages and disinfectant, the meaning can be understood literally. As for the healing medicine, it is used to treat trauma. Normal trauma can be cured in half a day, so it is very powerful. Chen Yuan focused on the anesthetic. Anesthetic. When applied to a weapon, it can paralyze ordinary small animals and make them incapacitated within half a day. For medium and large animals, the paralysis effect will weaken with the size of the opponent. In other words, the larger the body, the less effective the anesthetic. 2. Chen Yuan took out the anesthetic from the warehouse, which was an unknown transparent liquid in a small glass bottle the size of half a finger. The amount was very small. If you use it to deal with small hares, squirrels, etc., you will be numbed in an instant. If you deal with elephants, the effect may not be obvious. I hope it will be of some use to that wolf. Chen Yuan took out the trap book again. The trap book was very thin, with only a few pages. The moment he took out the trap book, the game prompted Chen Yuan whether to study or not. Of course you have to study. In a burst of white light. Game tip. Successfully learned the ordinary level trap book. Wooden spikes. 12 wooden spikes are built on a wooden board, arranged in a special structure, with average lethality. Stone spikes. 16 stone spikes are built on a wooden board, arranged in a special structure, with good lethality. Iron spikes. 24 iron spikes are built on a wooden board, arranged in a special structure, and are very lethal. Wooden spurs. Wood 75/10. Stone spikes. Wood 75/8, stone 58/8. Iron thorn. Wood 75/10, iron 5/10. It looks simple, but it's not. The structure, ordering of the spikes, and the combination with the wooden planks, if not for learning this trap book, would probably only be made by the most powerful hunter. In the world of survival, this is unprecedented. And most importantly, experienced hunters make these purely by hand and skill, which is labor-intensive and time-consuming. After studying the book, the game will assist you in making it, just like making a tool hammer, saving a lot of time. There is an iron spear on the back. Holding an iron axe. Chen Yuan walked out of the wooden house. Search around. No trace of the wolf was found. Also, the wolf is more likely to be behind the 2 mountains, or even further back. The valley is not its territory. But Chen Yuan will not let down his guard. He first spent 20 pieces of wood to make 2 wooden spikes and placed them in the stone area at the foot of the mountain. At that place, he would go back to quarry rocks and see if the wolf would be fooled. Certainly. Also put some weeds on the woody spurs to cover them up. In this way, for about half an hour, 2 wooden boards with a length and width of 1 meter, with 12 thorns on them, were covered by Chen Yuan in the ground. They were also covered with fluffy weeds and hay, and no traces could be seen at all. Chen Yuan then walked toward the forest with an iron axe in his hand and a spear on his back. Cut down the tree first. Compared with yesterday's tree felling, Chen Yuan was more rhythmic and efficient. After spending more than an hour and replenishing 20 pieces of wood, Chen Yuan stopped. Walking deeper into the forest. Yesterday, Chen Yuan was only on the periphery of the woods and did not go deep into them. Now when he went deeper, in addition to berries, he also found some wild fruits. Taste it. Chen Yuan wiped it casually and started eating. These wild fruits resemble apples, but are not as sweet and are much smaller. After Chen Yuan finished eating one, he put the remaining ones into the warehouse along with the berries. Keep going. In the forest, under a very ordinary Pinus sylvestris, there was a little hare. The fat man with white hair was squatting in the grass. When he heard Chen Yuan's footsteps, he ran away with great vigilance. But he didn't run far. When Chen Yuan gets closer, it runs farther away and stops. Then move closer, then run farther away, then stop. This little beast. Repeatedly. Finally, it stopped 10 meters away from Chen Yuan. Its chubby body and slightly red eyes looked at Chen Yuan provocatively. Chen Yuan picked up the spear behind his back. Aim for the hare. Shooting with a whoosh. Missed. What a pity. If you have a crossbow and a little practice, this kind of hare will definitely be a winner. Chen Yuan felt a little regretful. He couldn't catch a hare like this in the forest, or in other words, not many players in the survival world could catch it. Certainly, there are also some master hunters, or survival masters, who may have their own methods. From this perspective, some people's progress will be faster than imagined. Call. The hare was frightened, burrowed into the grass, and never appeared again. Chen Yuan went to get the spear. At this time, he discovered that there were many hemp-like vines growing next to the grass where the spear was pierced. These vines cling to trees and produce brown silk leaves. Ma Tang. A type of vine with a bitter taste and astringent nature. The silk leaves of Ma Tang are high-quality materials for making linen cloth. Linen. Chen Yuan remembered that the material of the water purifier requires filter cloth. And gauze, fine mesh cloth, linen cloth, the effect is equivalent to filter cloth. Not bad luck. Chen Yuan smiled. Pick it now. The hemp silk leaves are as small as a thread and very tough. There are some fine slits on it, like the eyes of needles, and the whole vine has hemp silk leaves in clusters one after another. Collecting cluster after cluster. The process was very smooth. Game tips. Get Ma silk leaves plus 1-2. Hessian cloth. 12/3 Hessian silk leaves. Is it made? Made directly. Chen Yuan used 3 of the hemp silk leaves to make 1 linen cloth. The materials for the water purifier require 2 copper blocks, 2 iron blocks, 2 plastics, and 1 filter cloth. The filter cloth is available. Copper and iron blocks are also available. As for plastic, a 500 milliliters plastic bottle can be decomposed into 1 unit of plastic, so Chen Yuan returned to the wooden house. During this period, he looked around again. Still haven't found the wolf. Make a water purifier first. Chen Yuan took action. Chen Yuan drank some of the mineral water he opened last night, and drank some more in the morning. He drank some more now, and it was empty. Then, he took out another bottle. Open it and pour the mineral water into the stone bowl made last night. 2 plastic bottles can be decomposed into 2 units of plastic. Can they be decomposed? Breakdown. Plastic bottles automatically decompose, giving you plastic plus 2. Premium grade water purifier. 2 halves copper block, 5 halves iron block, 2 halves plastic, 1/1 filter cloth. Is it made? Make it. In a burst of white light. A metal, cylindrical water purifier the size of a thermos bottle appeared in front of Chen Yuan. Put it on the table, with the water inlet on top and the water outlet on the bottom. Water enters from above and flows out from below. The purification is completed. Chen Yuan couldn't wait. Use 2 pieces of wood to make 2 buckets, take 1, and go to the stream to carry a bucket, which is more than 10 liters. Pour the water into the water purifier and place another wooden bucket underneath. Tick, tick. After a while, the water dripped down. Of course, the size of the water purifier is limited. Chen Yuan estimated that it can hold a little more than 2 liters of water at most. Similarly, the speed of water purification is not fast, it can even be said to be a bit slow. A sophisticated water purifier works 12 hours a day to purify 5 liters of water. Calculated in this way, it can purify just over 400 milliliters in 1 hour, which is equivalent to a bottle of mineral water. Chen Yuan is thinking, since you want to maximize the effectiveness of the water purifier and make more water purifiers, you need to collect more materials. Even if some supplies cannot be collected, the excess can be exchanged. At that time, there are rows of water purifiers, and each one is ticking water. That is a huge and transformable high-end resource that is always ahead of others. Certainly, before mass-producing purified water, the cabin must be upgraded first. Not to mention safety. The space is too small now, and a special place will be set aside for mass production of purified water. Apart from anything else, in the first 10 days of the game, pure water was still very competitive on the market. Do these things well. Chen Yuan went to the World Chat channel to check it out again. I'm so hungry. I'm thirsty and hungry. I drank water from that river yesterday and defecated all day. Now my stomach is as empty as a balloon. Me too, I was so hungry last night that I didn't sleep well all night. I wanted to have a good rest and get some food during the day, but now I feel so exhausted. I feel like I'm going to die. The water in the survival world is too lethal. Does this game have customer service? I want to complain about others selling dirty and unhealthy river water. Well, there are obviously fewer people selling water today, or in other words, everyone is afraid. It would be great if Mr. Chen was here. I heard that he has a place with clean spring water. He might as well give us some charity. Which Mr. Chen? It's the trading channel, the big guy who trades mineral water for Bailing Mu. By the way, have any of you found Bailing Mu? No, I'm still looking for a stone axe. Looking for rocks, weren't you looking for them yesterday? Oh, don't talk about it. Yesterday I went to repair the cabin in a hurry, but the stone was never found. The stone axe was broken and I couldn't even cut the extra wood. You are really miserable, compared to yesterday. Some people have an even harder time. But, this is just the beginning. More difficult days are yet to come, with the subsequent appearance of some wild beasts, ferocious beasts and even monsters. By then, players without certain survival abilities and means will be quickly eliminated from this world. And eliminated. It means death. The water purifier is slowly purifying the water. Tick tick tick, and it is expected that there will be no need to add water for 4 to 5 hours. Chen Yuan looked at the trading channel again. Still no one trades Bailing Mu. Let's go look for it again. Chen Yuan walked out of the cabin. He didn't dare to go to the mountains to look for it. Walking in the woods of the valley, there are soft lawns under your feet, and the entire Scotch pine forest, but there are actually other trees behind it. Such as green cypress, coniferous tree, birch crown tree. But there is no Bailing Mu. It seems like there is nothing ordinary here at all. Certainly, when searching in the forest, Chen Yuan remained vigilant. Firstly, beware of wolves, and secondly, what if there might be other wild beasts in the forest? But, Chen Yuan obviously thought too much. Except for a few little hares and wild squirrels that deliberately exposed themselves, he didn't encounter any animals in the forest. Those little hares, wild squirrels. All of them are very bold. Arrogantly showing off his flexibility and speed in front of Chen Yuan. Catching a hare with bare hands. Spearing a squirrel. Obviously these ultra-high skills would not fall on Chen Yuan. After failing again and again, Chen Yuan gave up. Pull out the long iron spear that was pierced into the ground. At the end of the woods, and beyond is an endless wilderness that ripples like waves, seemingly hiding unknown secrets and dangers. Let's stop here first. Chen Yuan looked at the wasteland ahead. Stop in time. He turned around. At this time, he found a green plant growing not far from him, with many small dark brown fruits on it. That is, getting closer, there are clusters of small dark brown fruits, crowded together, slightly larger than a grain of rice. Coffee tree. A plant that grows in a shaded, humid environment. The coffee beans produced by the coffee tree can be directly brewed into coffee after grinding. It is recommended to pick them. It's actually a coffee tree. Or a coffee tree full of coffee beans. What a surprise to know. Nowadays, many people are worried about water, but he not only has a water purifier, but also a coffee tree full of coffee beans. Collect some first. When the cabin is upgraded and the indoor greenhouse is completed, we can transplant it directly. Chen Yuan thought carefully. At that moment, he started picking. The picking process went very smoothly, and soon he had picked a batch. Return to the woods. There is no danger in the forest, and some small animals are not aggressive. He occasionally encounters some wild fruits and berries and collects them. Certainly, I didn't collect a lot, so it's better to keep it fresh, just like the coffee tree. Cut down the trees for a while. The time came to 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, for Chen Yuan, the only threat is the wolf. No Bilingmu was found in the forest, and no trace of the wolf was found. That wolf obviously lives in the back mountain area. It is better to use the wooden thorn traps that have been ambushed in the stone area for a long time, combined with spears and iron axes, to deal with it. Let's start. Just do it. Went through the forest and came to the stone area. Chen Yuan put down his iron axe and spear, and took out a stone pickaxe from the warehouse. The stone pickaxe was made by the way last night when I was making stone bowls and stone pots. Using an iron axe to quarry stone was actually a bit difficult for the iron axe. Click, click, click. The stone manuscript fell on the stone and made bursts of sound. Game tip. Stone +2. Game tip. Stone +2. Game tip. Stone +2. The efficiency of the stone pickaxe is not much faster than that of the iron axe, but it saves much more effort. Without spending much effort, he put the stones into the warehouse one by one. But Chen Yuan's focus is still on the back mountain. His eyes left no trace, scanning the large mountains and forests behind the stone area from time to time. Certainly, from Chen Yuan's angle at this time, he was actually facing a mountain. The overall height of this mountain was more than 200 meters. There are dense trees in the forest. Overgrown. The fog gradually dispersed a lot as the sun got higher and higher, but there was still fog lingering at the top of the mountain. But enough is enough. Within sight distance, it was enough for Chen Yuan to react and be fully prepared. Click, click, click. Keep quarrying. Chen Yuan plans to quarry here until 5 o'clock this afternoon, waiting for the wolf. If it doesn't show up at 5 o'clock, give up. At 1 o'clock at noon, Chen Yuan collected stones +100. Fortunately, the rocks here are quite big. Although there are only a few pieces, they are enough for him to mine for 3 to 5 days. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the number of stones collected by Chen Yuan had exceeded 150 units. This was achieved by deliberately slowing down and conserving his energy. You're not going to come, are you? It's actually quite boring to just keep collecting rocks like this. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chen Yuan was thinking silently in his heart. From 6 o'clock in the morning to this time. In 8 or 9 hours, Chen Yuan ate 1.5 pieces of bread, 3 wild fruits, 5 berries, and opened a bottle of water. Period. He also drank up all the mineral water in the stone bowl. When the water purifier was on its 6th hour, Chen Yuan refilled it with water so that it could continue to work. Chen Yuan also took a bite and it tasted good. In terms of safety and taste, it is not comparable to those of rivers and lakes. It would be even better if it could be boiled. When Chen Yuan thought so in his heart, the hand still does not stop. Click, click, click. Sudden. At this time, he was frightened. This feeling is very strange, but very dangerous, as if I sense something and follow the direction of that feeling. Still in the same position as yesterday. Still in the grass. A wolf slowly appeared. After glancing at Chen Yuan, it swooped towards Chen Yuan. The wolf finally appeared. Chen Yuan was certain that it was the wolf from yesterday. The gray hair all over his body rushed down as soon as he made eye contact with Chen Yuan. As if it was afraid that Chen Yuan would run away like yesterday, it ran down very fast, with an aura that vowed to capture Chen Yuan. Well done. Chen Yuan's face was full of excitement. Don't retreat but advance. Although he was also nervous, after the nervousness passed, he was even more excited. For this wolf. He had been preparing for so long. Iron axes, spears, wooden spikes, even narcotics. There are so many things prepared. If I don't kill you this time, it will really be a waste of all the time I spent on you. Chen Yuan charged forward with an iron axe in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. There was no fear in his eyes. Actually, it is absolutely impossible to retreat at this time. In the entire plan to deal with the wolf, the wooden thrust is the key. This is the key to ensuring that Chen Yuan can kill the wolf without being injured. Wooden spikes are buried in the ground in front of the stone area. covered with hay. If you run away at this time and don't go straight up, it may change the gray wolf's attack route. Once it changes, the trap may be entirely lost. So, not only should we go straight up, but we should also go straight in the direction of the wooden spurs and the direction of the wolf. A beast is a beast after all. In terms of IQ, it's almost useless. It swooped down from the mountain, and by the time it reached the foot of the mountain, only 5 breaths had passed. And here, it is only more than 20 meters away from the stone area. In front of the stone area is Chen Yuan. Ahead is a trap. And Chen Yuan. At this time, the spear in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. In the eyes of the gray wolf, the timid humans couldn't help but tremble because of its arrival. Go to hell, humans. Call. It came running even harder. Because it noticed that the human in front of it turned around and seemed to want to run away. How can I still let you run away? The speed at which the wolf rushed up brought a bunch of dust with it, and with one leap, it rushed directly to the stone area. Its sharp claws seemed to be not far away from Chen Yuan. Just wait until you land and sprint again. But, as it hits the ground, plop, it was the sound of something being penetrated. No matter how fast the gray wolf is, how high it jumps, or how heavy it is, the pain it feels at this moment is so deep. Bloody wood thorns penetrated the soles of its feet. Ouch! The wolf howled in pain. Humanity. Humans. Little beast, if you keep talking. And Chen Yuan. Yoren turned around with a smile on his face. When he landed his spear, it was naturally not because he was afraid, but because he had planned it. If not, the wolf wouldn't have penetrated as deeply into the wooden spines. In addition to the soles of the feet, the left thigh, and another thorn inserted into its abdomen, that was the real fatal blow. Blood flowed down, quickly staining the thorny wooden planks red. Originally, Chen Yuan planned to use anesthetics, but when he saw a gray wolf like this, he took back the anesthetics he took out. It's really a waste to use anesthetics like this. Pick up the iron spear. Chen Yuan approached. Amid the wolf's unwilling but increasingly faint howls, a spear was thrust out, instantly piercing its throat. The wolf's eyes gradually lost life. Game tip. Kill a gray wolf. Decompose the body. Game tip. Get wolf meat plus 1/8. Game tips. Wolf blood plus 1,500 milliliters. Game tips. Wolf skin plus 1. Game tips. Wolf teeth plus 1. Game tips. The wolf blood of Maotian gray wolf can be drunk directly, and it can improve people's physical fitness to a certain extent. Wolf blood actually has this effect. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, picked up the wolf blood, endured the discomfort, and drank heavily amid the smell of blood. I literally drank it all in one go. For survival. There is no way. In such a survival world, ferocious beasts and monsters will appear in the future. This time, if the wooden spikes had not been arranged in advance to let it fall into the trap, the consequences of confronting the wolf alone would have been hard to predict. What next? Do you always have such good luck? Obviously not. So, no matter how unpleasant the wolf blood was at this moment, Chen Yuan did not hesitate at all. Fortunately, the game's prompts were correct. A few minutes after drinking the wolf blood, Chen Yuan felt the reaction coming from his body. First there was a burst of hot air rising from the abdomen. Then, the heat is getting higher and higher, circulating continuously in the body. Every circulation seems to be accompanied by the reorganization of musculoskeletal blood vessels. Although it is painful, Chen Yuan's strength is improving. Body flexibility, strength, agility. Everything is improving. A few minutes later, the heat disappears and the effectiveness decreases. Chen Yuan picked up the iron axe and felt that the iron axe, which originally had some weight in his hand, no longer felt any weight at all. The iron axe weighing more than 5 kilograms feels like a heavy weight. This is almost doubled, right? Chen Yuan felt incredible. His physical fitness was already good, but now he is on par with the best in the world. Certainly, this is also the first time that the effect of drinking wolf blood has been achieved. If I kill the Maotian gray wolf in the future, the effect may not be so obvious. This moment, Chen Yuan even had the urge to rush into the mountains and find the gray wolf's lair. Hold on, young man, don't be impulsive. Suppressing the bulging thoughts in his heart, Chen Yuan began to chop down the tree. Due to the substantial improvement in physical fitness, Chen Yuan chopped down trees much faster than before, and the trees fell down one by one. Soon, Chen Yuan received 40 units of wood. The efficiency is doubled than before. Open the warehouse. The current supplies are as follows: 7 pieces of bread, 6 bottles of mineral water. Berries and wild fruits are also supplemented after eating, 15 and 8 respectively. The larger items are wood and stone, which are 155 and 218 respectively. In addition, there are 3 iron blocks, 20 soil, and 4 bandages, 3 disinfectant, 2 healing potions, and 1 anesthetic in the medicine box. There are still 9 sesame leaves and coffee beans left in the cabin. Finally, we just got wolf meat X18, wolf teeth X1, and wolf skin X1. Supplies are quite sufficient. Although some of the materials originally planned to upgrade the cabin have been consumed, it doesn't matter, just trade them again. The only regret is that there seems to be no ore in my place. Chen Yuan shook his head. Come to the stream. Because he was dirty when he decomposed the wolf, he took a bath, and then returned to the cabin with a full load. Although it didn't take much time to kill the wolf. But breaking down the wolf did take some time. And drinking so much wolf blood also took time. In this way, by the time he returned to the cabin, it was actually getting dark. Night is coming. Today, I should light a fire. Although he drank wolf blood and his physique increased a bit, the weather seemed to have changed a bit. Looking at the temperature, it was already 6 degrees at night. Compared to this time yesterday, the temperature has dropped by more than 5 or 6 degrees. In the cabin, Chen Yuan found hay and wood, used an iron axe to cut out a hardwood stick, and placed some hay in the depression of the wood. The hardwood stick is held between the 2 hands, constantly rubbing against the depressions in the wood. Drill wood to make fire. It is also true that there is no flint, and Chen Yuan's physical fitness has more than doubled, otherwise Chen Yuan would not be so stupid. Hoo. The hardwood stick rotated rapidly in the depression of the wood, and Chen Yuan did not retain any strength at all. With rapid drilling of wood, waves of white smoke came out from there. There seems to be a fire coming out. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. At the 12th minute, Chen Yuan's arms were already a little tired, but Chen Yuan still maintained high-intensity speed and frequency. The white smoke became thicker, and suddenly, a weak flame rose from the depression in the wood. Call. The fire ignited the dry hay. The hay was the batch that had been placed on the trap during the day. It had been exposed to the sun all day, and when it was ignited, it instantly burst into flames. The flames connected with the dry grass and burned more and more fiercely. Chen Yuan looked at the flames and breathed a sigh of relief. Making fire by drilling wood was successful. Pick up the dry branches nearby and put them into the stone furnace together with the burning hay, and then add a few pieces of wood. In the stove made of several cold stones, the firelight illuminated the entire cabin. The slightest bit of heat hit him, dispelling a lot of the chill. Chen Yuan put the pure water purified during the day on the stone pot and boiled it. In this way, the water is truly safe and healthy to drink. With fire, you can not only boil water and keep warm, but also barbecue. Chen Yuan took out another piece of wolf meat. Clean it, remove the pot after boiling the water, and make a grill. Place the grill on the stone stove, cut the wolf meat into small pieces, and grill on the grill. Zitsa. Grease billows from the wolf meat. It smells so good. Chen Yuan entered the trading channel again and searched for trading items such as seasonings, but unfortunately no one was trading. It's already pretty good. I've already had barbecue while others are having a meal, so don't be greedy anymore. Chen Yuan smiled. At this time, the watch in my hand suddenly displayed a game prompt. It was a seller with the ID of Li Cheng 32.176 feet who sent a message. Hello, Mr. Chen, do you still need Biling Mu? Biling Mu. Of course yes. You have. Chen Yuan hurried back. I do. A reply came from the other side. But this biling wood is too difficult to chop. It took me a whole day to chop down the few bits. I can give you 5, but can you give me more besides water? Order something to eat. Want something to eat? Not a big problem. Chen Yuan looked at the barbecue on the grill. What do you want to eat? After a long time there, he replied, It's okay, Mr. Chen. The reason why I didn't go to auction Bai Ling Mu is not only that I am in urgent need of your mineral water, but also because you have good supplies. I want to establish a long-term relationship with you in the future. Transactional relationship. In the world of survival, you must be a master, right? Chen Yuan was slightly silent. Although some people don't believe it, obviously many people regard him as a master in the world of survival. He must get Bai Ling Mu. Since the other party thinks so, he will follow his wishes. Well, I killed a wolf today, and there's still some wolf meat here. I'll give you some of the roasted wolf meat. Wolf meat. Really? The other side was very surprised. Well, I'll change the transaction information so you can see it later. Okay. He spoke repeatedly over there. At that moment, Chen Yuan went to the trading channel and modified his trading information. Certainly, the main transaction content has not been changed, but it has been added in the remarks that players who complete the transaction before 1930 today will receive an additional 2 small pieces of roasted wolf meat. It's 1920 now. 10 minutes to go. Over there, Li Cheng, who was still hesitant, saw the changes in Chen Yuan's transaction information and knew that the opportunity was right in front of him. If he missed it, maybe someone would get Bai Ling Mu's deal with Chen Yuan later, and he would completely lose this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chen, I'll make the deal right now. The news came. Then, soon, the deal was struck. Game tips. Bai Ling Mu +5. Game tips. 500 milliliters mineral water 1. Game tip. Please give the bonus materials to the trader in time, otherwise the game has the right to withdraw the transaction and impose penalties. The bonus window opens on the transaction page. Please give the bonus in time. Seeing the game prompts, Chen Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Integrity is important in doing business, and he still has this. Wait a moment, there are still 2 minutes of barbecue. Chen Yuan replied to Li Cheng. No hurry, no rush, Mr. Chen. Replied over there. 2 minutes later, Chen Yuan took out a stone bowl, put 2 small pieces of wolf meat into it, and handed it to Li Cheng at the bonus window. An excited voice immediately came from the other side. Thank you, Mr. Chen, let's become friends, and I will return something good to you in the future. Friend request sent. Pass. Chen Yuan ignored this guy named Li Cheng. He also made a stone bowl and a stone plate. After running the water for a while, he put the small pieces of roasted meat into the stone plate, and Chen Yuan also started to enjoy it. It smells so good. Chen Yuan enjoyed the barbecue very much. These 2 days, although he started and grew much faster than others, he only ate some bread, wild fruits, and berries. This was the first time he had eaten meat. If you put these on the trading channel, I'm afraid it will cause a sensation. Chen Yuan would not be so high profile. Piece after piece. Before and after, cut a unit of large wolf meat into 13 small pieces, and add berries and wild fruits during the process. Chen Yuan ate 8 yuan and gave Li Cheng 2 yuan as a gift, leaving 3 yuan left. I really can't eat any more. There are still 3 small pieces of barbecue left. I can't eat it. How about trading it and giving it to Lu Xiaoya? Chen Yuan thought of Lu Xiaoya. Lu Xiaoya is in the mining area. Now the cabin has been upgraded with white ling wood, but the copper blocks are used to make a water purifier. He also needs copper nuggets. And making water purifiers in large quantities also requires a large amount of copper and iron blocks, which Lu Xiaoya, who is in the mining area, will definitely have. Have you eaten? So, Chen Yuan opened the friend system, found Lu Xiaoya, and sent her a message. And in the mining area. At this moment, Lu Xiaoya was carefully watching the barrage content in the regional chat channel, because everyone was eagerly discussing the transaction that Chen Yuan had just completed. It's in the transaction records. If you don't believe me, you can check it out for yourself. In addition to giving Li Cheng a bottle of water, Mr. Chen also gave him roasted wolf meat. Roasting wolf meat, so Mr. Chen is already slaughtering wolves. Who is Mr. Chen, so powerful? I added him as a friend, but he didn't agree. I want to eat, too. Lu Xiaoya looked at it with thoughts in her eyes. Even if she could kill a wolf, what kind of person is Chen Yuan? At this time, a message came from a friend. Have you eaten? It's from Mr. Chen. Lu Xiaoya was very excited. Chen Yuan actually took the initiative to send her a message. You know, in the minds of many people, Chen Yuan is already a master in the world of survival. He can sell clean mineral water, bread to himself, and now he even sells wolf meat to others. Chen Yuan also has a very high status in her heart. Not yet, but wild fruits and berries are a bit. Lu Xiaoya huddled on the bed and replied word by word. I want some ore, do you have any? Lu Xiaoya knew that Chen Yuan came here probably for a deal. Although she had already planned it, when she saw it now, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But she still replied, Yes, Mr. Chen, how much do you want? I want all of it as much as you have. You want them all. So, after the two talked for a while, Lu Xiaoya took the 16 pieces of iron, 12 pieces of copper, and 3 pieces of silver from his warehouse. All were sold to Chen Yuan. To be honest, it is not difficult for her to get these things. Although it is an abandoned mining area, if you search carefully, you can still find a lot. At the same time, she got 500 milliliters of boiled purified water, 1 piece of bread, and 3 pieces of roasted wolf meat. She filled the water in a big bowl. And the barbecue. Oh my god, there is meat to eat. Brother Chen, thank you. I didn't expect you to give me so much. Everyone takes what he needs. In fact, Chen Yuan didn't give much. Moreover, after all, they are business partners, the kind that can establish long-term trading relationships, so there is no need to be too stingy. The transaction resulted in 16 pieces of iron, 12 pieces of copper, and 3 pieces of silver, not to mention silver. Except for the 2 copper blocks, the other iron blocks and copper blocks are enough to meet the needs of 5 water purifiers. Upgrade the cabin first. Everything's ready. Chen Yuan looked at the cabin. Before that, he added a few more fires to the stove and put the gray plush wolf skin aside to bake. Game tips. The materials currently required to upgrade the cabin are wood 155 50ths, stone 218 20ths, sand 20/20, whiteling wood 5/5, iron block 19 halves, copper block 12 halves. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. In a burst of white light, the tool hammer began to strike automatically. With the hammering of the tool hammer, the required materials are continuously consumed. 1 hour later, Chen Yuan's eyes shone when he looked at the newly renovated cabin, which was twice the size of the cabin. The cabin has finally been upgraded. The interior is more spacious. The wooden bed is also larger, and if you look up, you can see the game prompt. Level 2 wooden bed has a better sleep assisting effect. The wooden table is also larger. It was old and worn before, but now it looks brand new. As for the main structure of the cabin, it is thicker. It's more than twice as thick. Now, not to mention the impact of a wolf, even the impact of an elephant can be resisted. The thick wooden door makes you feel safe at first glance. Get out of the cabin. There are 1-meter-high wooden fences around the cabin. This is an upgraded effect that can strengthen external defense. And the entire cabin used to be close to the ground, but now after the upgrade, there are thick wooden piles underneath, half a meter high from the ground. Game tip. The upgraded cabin has wooden piles at the bottom so that it can be converted into a large roller for subsequent migration. Game tips. The cabin needs to be upgraded to LV3 before the big roller can be installed. Closing square bracket. This sentence contains a lot of information. First of all, the wooden pile is designed to facilitate the installation of rollers in the future, and the installation of rollers must wait until the cabin reaches LV3. What is the big roller used for? Migration. In other words, players in the subsequent survival world need to migrate. There are 2 possibilities for migration here. One is that the resources in the current place have been plundered almost, and you need to move to another place and have to migrate. The second is that danger is coming. If you don't migrate, you will definitely die, just like the poison circle in PUBG. The poison circle shrinks, and everyone must migrate to a safe area. However, migration may take some time. At present, the LV2 cabin that Chen Yuan just upgraded is probably the only one in the entire survival world. Many people. The cabin hasn't even been repaired, how can it be so fast? Game tips. The current cabin has been upgraded to LV2. Materials required to upgrade to the next level. Wood 105 200ths, stone 198 100ths, sand 0 50ths, concrete 0 50ths, iron 17 15ths, copper 10/15, silver 3/5, gold 0/3, agarwood 0/5, low-level upgrade stone 0/1, low-level obsidian 0/1. Upgrading to LV3 actually requires so many things. In addition, upgrade stone, obsidian, what the hell? It seems that only when those things appear, the game will really start, and now, it has not even started. Go back to the cabin. Close the door. Chen Yuan started working again. Open all the mineral water bottles, use 6 plastic bottles, decompose them into 6 units of plastic, and another 9 units of hemp silk leaves to make 3 linen cloth. Excellent water purifier. Iron 17 halves, copper 10 halves, plastic 6 halves, filter cloth 3/1, do you want to make it? Make. And made 3 in a row. Together with the first one, Chen Yuan now has 4 fine-grade water purifiers. Each of the 4 fine-grade water purifiers can purify 5 liters of water per day, 4 of which is 20 L. Excluding the water he uses, he can sell more than 10 liters per day. Before, Chen Yuan was going to make a special place to put the water purifier. Now that the wooden house has a larger space, it's time to start. The wooden bed is moved. The wooden table is moved. A whole space is cleared at the opposite side of the wooden door, that is, at the other end of the wooden bed, and fine-grade water purifiers are displayed one by one. The fine-grade water purifier is suspended in the air with wood. The water inlet above is fed into the water inlet, and several wooden pipes are made to connect the water outlet below, and then all the water is stored in a large stone tank. This large stone tank, Chen Yuan spent 10 stones, is enough to hold 100 or 200 liters of water. It is necessary to clean the stone tank. After cleaning, the last water outlet connected by the wooden pipe is suspended above the stone tank. Tick tick tick. The water dripped down quickly. 4 water purifiers purify and store water at the same time, and the dripping clean water drops can almost condense into a tiny stream of water. This time, the primitive accumulation of capital has begun. Chen Yuan smiled slightly. 4 water purifiers purify water at the same time, which will bring him a steady stream of wealth to exchange for various materials. In the survival world, many people are in different environments. Deserts, seas, valleys, grasslands, mining areas, deserted islands. Due to different environments, materials are also different. Therefore, frequent transactions are essential. Each takes what he needs. In the early stage of the game, if the materials you have are urgently needed by most people, they are high-level materials. Like clean water, raw meat, and flint. Once they are owned on a large scale, they will inevitably cause a scramble, and they can also build a greater advantage in the early stage of the game. So, Chen Yuan decided to sell clean water now. Otherwise, once someone starts to own these later, his advantage in clean water will be sharply reduced. Chapter 11. Chen Yuan is going to the trading channel to sell some water. At this time, he passed by the World Channel and saw everyone discussing it enthusiastically. Someone is selling flint and steel. Made. The price is too high. It requires both ore and raw meat. It's really too much. Isn't it just flint? I can drill wood to make fire. Who cares? That's right, I still want raw meat. It's not like you have to make flint to make fire. I'm in the desert, and some dead branches can easily make fire. Just be careful to preserve the source of fire. Twitter. Obviously a lot of people don't have the goods to trade, so it's pretty sour at the moment. Flint and steel are quite important. Although Chen Yuan can drill wood to make fire, and it is easier than others to drill wood to make fire, but who doesn't want to save some effort? Come to the trading channel. I searched for flint and steel, and sure enough, someone was selling them. It's the same person, and more than one is sold. For example, in this transaction information, 1 flint and steel is traded for 10 iron blocks, and in that transaction information, 1 flint and steel is traded for 1 piece of raw meat. In general, curious items to live in. The selling price is not too low. For example, a flint and steel is traded for a piece of raw meat. Who has the raw meat now? For example, if 1 flint and steel is traded for 10 iron blocks, who can collect 10 iron blocks except those in the mining environment? Therefore, many people who want it have begun to take action. Replaced one after another. If you want to use other resources on hand, you need to exchange for flint and steel, and finally use it to exchange for flint and steel. Game tips. Flint and steel +1. Game tips. Wolf meat 1. Chen Yuan didn't need to go to so much trouble. He could just exchange a piece of raw wolf meat for a flint. Hold the flint in your hand, scrape it gently a few times, and sparks will fly. After 3 or 2 blows, the hay will catch fire. Very convenient. It seems that in the world of survival, there are still many lucky people. Of course, luck is also a part of strength. Chen Yuan didn't think much about it. Start doing your own thing. Post the transaction information of water resources to the channel. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Trading item. 100 milliliters cold boiled water. Requirements. 1 iron block, copper block. Inventory. 5. Remarks. 100 milliliters of cold boiled water is pure water after boiling. It has been purified and is absolutely safe and reliable. Copper and iron can be traded. Comma. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Trading item. 100 milliliters cold boiled water. Requirements. 1 piece of plastic filter cloth. Inventory. 5. Remarks. 100 milliliters of cold boiled water is pure water after boiling. It has been purified and is absolutely safe and reliable. Plastic filter cloth can be traded. They are all raw materials for making water purifiers. Even if you don't make water purifiers, they are still important raw materials. Then, Chen Yuan thought for a while and posted another transaction message, a piece of raw wolf meat, trading gold and agarwood. 3 units of gold, or 5 units of agarwood. The subject of the transaction is 5 pieces of agarwood. The alternative is 3 gold. Of course, this transaction was purely a matter of luck. Chen Yuan had no hope, or in other words, would not have any hope under the current circumstances. Chen Yuan's 3 transaction messages immediately caused a sensation as soon as they were sent out. This time it's pure water, boiled pure water. Boss Chen is really Boss Chen, and he even trades wolf meat. Oh my god, I used wolf meat in my previous trade with Li Chang, and now I'm trading again. The person who just traded meat for flint and steel seems to be Mr. Chen. I bet that Mr. Chen killed the wolf. Last time I said that Mr. Chen was a master. You didn't believe it. You said that Mr. Chen was just lucky and got the land of spring water. You have seen it this time. People are selling wolf meat. Agarwood or gold, my god, what kind of materials are these? Last time we needed Bailing wood, this time we need agarwood. How far has Mr. Chen developed? Will he be the first person in our world of survival? I have a few plastics here, and I thought I would throw them away as they were useless, but I never thought I could get pure water instead, ha ha ha. I'm going to change too, don't grab it. Deals were concluded one after another. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chen Yuan's 1000 milliliters Liangbaikai was traded out, and he got 3 iron blocks, 2 copper blocks, 4 plastics, and 1 filter cloth. 10 units of supplies were collected. Daytime. The water purifier started working. After working for a few hours, he got 2000 milliliters of pure water. He traded it to Lu Xiaoya for 500 milliliters. Now he traded another 1000 milliliters. After excluding some he drank, there is still 300 milliliters left. Looking at the materials traded, 300 milliliters of filter cloth is all listed for sale. Then, using these materials from the transaction, another water purifier was made. The 5th water purifier was successfully hung on the wood and connected with wooden pipes to introduce the filtered and purified water into the stone jar together with other water. 5 water purifiers. Except for 1 unit that has finished working, the other 4 units are all working. The water was rushing. Let's take 5 units first. Chen Yuan glanced at the working water purifier, then looked at the cabin, staring slightly, and the function of the cabin appeared. Game tips. The cabin currently at level 2 can enable indoor greenhouses, animal husbandry and other functions. Do you want to enable it? Opening indoor greenhouses and livestock farming requires an additional 10 wood. Please ensure that there are sufficient materials before opening. Chen Yuan did not hesitate. Turn on. In a burst of white light, wood costs 20 yuan. Wow. The cabin is partitioned. There is a wooden bed in the innermost part. Next to the wooden bed is a wooden table. Next to the wooden table is the water purification area in the corner. Opposite the water purification area is the door. Between the water purification area and the gate is the more exquisite and solid wooden window. And the wall next to the door. The livestock area and the indoor greenhouse area are separated, and it is semi-isolated from the place where Chen Yuan sleeps. Chen Yuan approached. The livestock area is an area of about 3 square meters surrounded by wooden fences, where you can raise rabbits, chickens, ducks, etc. As for the indoor greenhouse, its area is twice that of the livestock area. Although its width is only 1 meter, its length reaches 6 meters, reaching the other end of the wall. Indoor greenhouse. You can grow fruits, vegetables, crops, food, and your favorite plants indoors. Indoor greenhouses are influenced by log cabins and will have a relatively constant temperature and humidity. You don't need to worry even in the winter, you just need to add soil to it and you can start planting. Normal soil. Provides normal growth rate for plants. Excellent fertile soil. Provides 5 times the growth rate for plants. Excellent black soil. Provides 15 times growth speed for plants. Indoor greenhouses can currently be configured with these 3 levels of soil, among which excellent black soil can provide 15 times the growth rate. Look at the livestock pen again. It doesn't require anything, just a reminder that once the livestock pen is occupied by small poultry, you must prepare enough food. The livestock pen is different from the indoor greenhouse and can be moved outdoors, but you must also prevent weasels from attacking. Weasel. Chen Yuan smiled and turned over the wolf fur that had been placed next to the stove. This thing was to be made into an animal blanket. It would be bad if it was too dry and too hard. The night of the survival world gradually deepened. Half an hour later, after reading some content in the World Chat channel and the Regional Chat channel, Chen Yuan lay on the bed. He was covered with a clean, warm and fluffy wolfskin blanket, and next to him was a slowly burning stove. Dispel the cold. A night of silence. A quiet sleep. When the next day came, Chen Yuan woke up naturally and got up. It was exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was slightly bright. The stove had gone out, leaving only a little flame. Chen Yuan washed his face. Then, filled 5 water purifiers with water, 4 of which worked for 6 hours last night, and Chen Yuan had already struck in his sleep. At this moment, the 5 water purifiers are working again, and the purified clean water flows down again. The system's sign-in reminder for today sounded again. Sign in. Chen Yuan pushed open the wooden window, and the scenery of the valley came into his eyes. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a perpetual lighting lamp. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a set of excellent level axe techniques. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 3 fragrant rice seeds. Perpetual lighting lamp. Contains perpetual stone, can illuminate permanently, can be used for a long time without charging, currently has 99 years of use time left, will automatically turn on and off according to the brightness of the use environment, and adjust the brightness. Closing square bracket. Excellent level axe techniques. A set of advanced axe techniques used with excellent level iron axes, which can greatly improve combat power after learning. Closing square bracket. Fragrant rice seeds. A kind of excellent level grain seeds in the survival world, which can grow fragrant and delicious rice after planting, rich in nutritional value and rich in starch. Closing square bracket. 3 sign-in rewards. Chen Yuan took out the seeds first. The white fragrant rice seeds, one the size of a fingernail, a full 3, exuded a milky white luster. There was a faint fragrance when you smelled it gently. He took out the perpetual lighting lamp again and placed it on the table. This perpetual lighting lamp has a very beautiful shape, and it looks like a work of art when placed there. And with the brightness of the room, it automatically turns on and emits a faint light. Looking over, there are text prompts. Perpetual lighting desk lamp. Current state, on, brightness, weak, will automatically turn off after half an hour. They are all good things. Chen Yuan finally took out the excellent axe technique. A small dark yellow book, opened, inside is a set of axe techniques, the moment the excellent axe technique is in his hand. Game prompt. A set of excellent axe techniques, do you want to learn? Closing square bracket. Learn. The axe technique book turned into white light and poured into Chen Yuan's mind. In an instant, Chen Yuan remembered all these moves. Came to the open space outside the cabin. Chen Yuan took out the iron axe and started practicing. There are chopping, cutting, pulling, lifting, pulling. Various moves. 1 hour later, Chen Yuan practiced all the dozen sets of axe techniques, and his strength improved by half. If he wanted to improve further, he could only do it through actual combat. After practicing these, Chen Yuan ate something casually. After finishing eating, Chen Yuan opened the manufacturing column. It's time to make a shovel. The materials needed to make a shovel are the same as those for a spear iron. After consuming 2 pieces of wood and 2 pieces of iron, a brand new shovel appeared in Chen Yuan's hand in a flash of white light. Now that the indoor greenhouse has been opened, the next step is to collect soil, preferably excellent black soil. The shovel will come in handy. In addition to excellent black soil, various seeds are also needed. Fragrant rice seeds only provide rice, and some vegetable and fruit seeds are also needed to supplement the human body's vitamins and other nutritional needs. The iron axe was stored in the warehouse, and the spear was carried on the back. Holding the shovel, Chen Yuan came to the outskirts of the grove and shoveled it down. Game tip: ordinary soil +1. Discard directly. Then we went to the stream, to the depths of the forest, to the lower reaches of the valley and stream, to the mountains, to the stone areas, and even to the mountains. Game tip: ordinary soil +1. Game tip: ordinary soil +1. Game tip: ordinary soil +1. Game tip: fine fertile soil +1. Except for the fine loam under some fallen leaves deep in the forest, the rest of the land is ordinary soil, let alone excellent black soil. With 15 times the growth rate, black soil is the best. Chen Yuan thought to himself. He wasn't in a hurry either. The excellent black soil is obviously not that easy to get. A transaction was made on the trading channel, and 1000 milliliters Liangbaikai was directly exchanged for excellent black soil. Then, Chen Yuan looked at the back mountain. Now, he has 2 choices. One is to go through the woods and look for it on the grassland at the other end of the woods, and the other is to go up the mountain to have a look. The grassland always gave him a bad feeling. Chen Yuan thought about it and finally decided to go up the mountain to have a look. With the iron axe here and the axe technique I just learned, I won't be afraid even if I encounter a wolf. Compared with when he met the gray wolf yesterday, Chen Yuan's strength has increased 2 or 3 times. Even if he encounters the wolf alone now, he can kill it. And his actual combat ability also needs to be tempered. Just do it. Holding the shovel in his hand and a kettle on his waist, he headed straight up the mountain. Cabin. Now it should be said that the big wooden house is right. There are 2 mountains behind it. Chen Yuan chose the one on the left near the stone area. The mountain is 200 meters high. At this time, it was just after 8 o'clock in the morning, and the fog on the mountain was thicker than yesterday. It's getting cold. The fog is also less likely to dissipate. The mountains are overgrown with weeds and shrubs, and tall pines embellish the entire back mountain with green. Chen Yuan stopped and walked, observing the surrounding environment from time to time, and then shoveled down. Game tip: ordinary soil +1. Game tip: ordinary soil +1. Game tip: fine fertile soil +1. Most of it is ordinary soil, and occasionally there is some fine loam under the rotten leaves. Chen Yuan did not collect it, but he also remembered their locations. All the way up. Fortunately, the mountains were not steep, and although the road was not easy to walk, Chen Yuan still came to the mountains. No wolves were seen, not even traces of wolf activity, only some small animals living in the forest, such as hedgehogs and squirrels. A big white rabbit, big and white, jumped in front of me. Chen Feng has quick eyes and quick hands. A shovel flew past. After swallowing the wolf's blood, Chen Yuan's reaction became much faster and his strength was greatly increased. His luck was actually quite good. The shovel hit the wild white rabbit directly. Woo! Chen Yuan walked over and picked up the wild white rabbit. The wild white rabbit seemed to beg for mercy, but Chen Yuan didn't care. Knock it out first. Living animals cannot be put into the warehouse, so they have to be carried first. The reason why I didn't kill it was because I thought it could be kept in captivity and the fresh meat would taste better. Only then did Chen Yuan look into the distance. As you can see from the mountain, behind the back mountain is a stretch of rolling mountains. The mountains are not high, and some are even shorter than the foot. Although there is fog, it does not block the view. Among the undulating back mountains, you can see a depression with a lake there. The turquoise lake is like a piece of emerald amber in the mountains, and on the edge of the lake, there is a huge stone statue. Statue. Broken statue. Because the distance was too far and there was a faint mist covering it, Chen Yuan could only barely make out an outline, and had no idea whether the statue was a human or an animal. Would you like to go take a look? Anyway, we have to collect supplies and search for excellent black soil. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. Decided to check it out. Moving towards the lake stone statues, Chen Yuan became more and more cautious. Although he could see these from a distance, the distance was still very far. This is probably what Wangshan means. And the mountain road is not easy to walk. About half an hour later, Chen Yuan descended the mountain and climbed to the top of another mountain before he could see the statue clearly. A broken statue indeed. Although it was damaged, it could already be distinguished that the statue was not human, but rather a combination of some kind of man and beast. Inexplicable majesty came from the broken stone statue. Not far from the stone statue, there lived a group of gray wolves. It's a group. Chen Yuan was certain that the wolf he killed before was part of this group of wolves. There are quite a few wolves, starting at least 30. And there may be some people living in some places, such as the blind spot behind the stone statue and the forest behind it. Chen Yuan didn't dare to get closer. The lake is huge. In addition to wolves, there are also some other wild animals beside it, such as a few strong bison grazing there. For example, there are hyenas drinking water there. There seem to be creatures in the water. The lake area is a paradise for wild animals. They seem to have their own territories and do not interfere with each other. Go back. Chen Yuan turned around and turned back without thinking. Too dangerous. Once they stray into the lake, they will probably be attacked by a group of people. Fortunately, we are on a mountain. Looking from the other side of the lake, we can see layers of dense mountain forests. No one can discover Chen Yuan. There were some wild fruits and berries in the forest, and Chen Yuan picked them easily. At this time, his feet suddenly sank. Among the thick corroded leaves, when the feet were pulled out again, they were already covered with black muddy soil. Game tips. Fertile and high-quality excellent black soil, this is the best time to collect it. He unexpectedly met Kuritsuchi, whom he loved deeply. Collection. Collecting shovel by shovel. Game tips. Excellent black soil +1. Game tips. Excellent black soil +1. Game prompts kept coming, and Chen Yuan moved lightly, not daring to make too much noise for fear of attracting the beasts. Finally, a quarter of an hour later, Chen Yuan collected 35 pieces of black soil. Not only is it enough for your own use, but you can also trade the extra. Evacuate immediately. And he pulled out a small tree with unknown flowers that originally grew next to the black soil. A small tree growing in a place like black soil shouldn't be too bad. After we got down the mountain, we climbed up the mountain behind the cabin and returned to the cabin. It was more than half an hour later. There was no other way. In order to cover up the traces, Chen Yuan walked slowly. Once back at the cabin. In the indoor greenhouse, Chen Yuan directly filled it with black soil. After filling it with 30 parts of black soil, the entire indoor greenhouse infrastructure was completed. Crops can be grown. Chen Yuan planted a small tree with unknown flowers. As for the little hare, he was still in a coma and had long been thrown into the livestock pen. His eyes were fixed on an unknown tree. Game tips. It's still the same as Lin Zong's prompt. This is interesting. This is the first time that the game prompts 3 question marks. Could it be that the level of the small tree is too high and cannot be seen for the time being? The small tree is about 1 meter high. It is more like a shrub than a small tree. The small flowers on it are ordinary but very red. It's alluring and coquettish, as if it's dripping with blood. There was no scent, but when he got closer, there was a strange and alluring aura, which made Chen Yuan take 2 steps back. Good guy, I want to see what you can get from waiting for your results. Think no more. Get out of the cabin. Chen Yuan went to the stream to wash his feet and at the same time cancelled the black soil trading message in the trading channel. Once cancelled, it's not the end. Now that the black soil has been obtained, the seeds are not yet available. Auction. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Auction item. 1000 milliliters Liangbaikai. Requirement. Crop seeds. Auction duration. 9 hours. Remarks. The requirements are crop seeds, preferably vegetables and fruits. 1000 milliliters cold boiled water is pure water after boiling, safe and reliable. As for the 300 milliliters Liangbaikai that was listed for trading last night, it has been successfully replaced with 3 pieces of filter cloth. Unfortunately, no one was satisfied with the gold or agarwood trade. Wow! After walking 2 more steps up and filling the 2 empty buckets with water, Chen Yuan returned to the cabin carrying the 2 buckets of water. A bucket of water is reserved for the water purifier later. A bucket of water is placed indoors next to the greenhouse. Bend down. Take out 2 grains of fragrant rice from the warehouse and plant them, then water them. Chen Yuan took out more wood and started to light a fire. Although I still need to know how to sell the 1000 milliliters water at auction, I still need to prepare it. And now that I drink water, I should also drink boiled water. Come this day, relax a little. Secondly, mineral water is unopened, can be stored for a long time, and is easy to carry. The stone pot is filled with freshly purified water. The wood crackled and burned underneath. Beside, the little hare in the livestock pen 2 meters away opened his eyes with confusion. It noticed the pain in its legs and was about to make a sound. Immediately, Chen Yuan was found next to the stove. His round eyes were so frightened that he was wandering around in a very humane manner, and he didn't make a single sound. Terrible humans. He obviously ran so fast. Still he got caught. Are you awake? Chen Yuan came closer, with a smile on his face. This little white rabbit has snow-white fur all over its body, as if it is white and fluffy. If the rabbit skin is made into a hat, it should be very warm, right? The little rabbit seemed to sense the evil intentions of the humans in front of him. There was a look of mercy in his eyes. Woo! She screamed again, very sadly, and looked at her leg again, as if she said it was broken. Chen Yuan stretched out his hand. The little rabbit shrank, but still got caught. In the hand, it is very soft and feels good. Checking the leg, it was not broken, but dislocated. It should have been hit by a shovel. Does it hurt? Little rabbit made another sad sound and clicked. Chen Yuan released his strength and returned the jade intact to Zhao. The fracture was reset. The little rabbit was surprised and happy, and kept squeaking, as if thanking Chen Yuan. No thanks. Chen Yuan smiled. When the wolf meat is almost eaten, or when you are tired of eating it, it will be your turn. 2 small berries were thrown away. Let's keep them first. It's best to raise them until they are white and fat, and then slaughter them. In the cabin, Chen Yuan boiled a full 3000 milliliters of water. 1000 milliliters of water was reserved for auction, and 1000 milliliters of water was reserved for himself to drink. I also got a bowl for little white rabbit and filled it with 200 milliliters. This should be enough for him to drink for a day. The other 800 milliliters of cold water can be traded as usual, and 100 milliliters of water can be traded for 1 iron block, copper block, etc. He looked at the cabin again. The transaction of the cabin requires gold, agarwood, low-level upgrade stones, low-level obsidian, etc. No idea. Come one by one. Let's sort out the current missing resources of the cabin. Wood 78 200ths, stone 188 100ths, sand 0 50ths, concrete 0 50ths, iron 12 15ths, copper 6 15ths, silver 3 fifths, gold 0 thirds, agarwood 0 fifths, low-level upgrade stone 0 over 1, low-level obsidian stone 0 over 1. Start with wood. It's also a good time to further hone your axe skills. Come to the woods. Start logging. Game tips. Wood +2. Game tips. Wood +2. At the beginning, Chen Yuan had an excellent iron axe, and his logging speed and efficiency were several times that of ordinary people. Later, after drinking wolf blood, his physical fitness was greatly improved, and his efficiency was nearly doubled. And now, with the blessing of axe technique, click, click, almost immediately, a tree fell. Originally, I could only collect 20 to 30 pieces of wood in an hour, but now I can collect more than 100 pieces without any effort. 1.5 hours. The wood reaches 250, which is 50 more than the 200 needed to upgrade the cabin. Move to the stone area. Upgrading the stone requires 100 pieces, and there are currently 188 pieces. Chen Yuan directly collected it to 250 pieces. Habitual rounding up. Then, come to the stream. Chen Yuan didn't pay attention to it before, but later when he was looking for black soil, he came to the lower reaches of the stream, where there was an area of sedimentary sand. With a shovel, the sand is easily collected. Game tips. Sand plus 1. Game tips. Sand plus 1. 50 units of sand and soil can be finished in less than half an hour. Then, Chen Yuan spent another 10 minutes and collected an additional 30 units, for a total of plus 80 sand and soil. Sand is not often used, so hoard it sparingly. After collecting these 80 units of sand and soil, Chen Yuan did not leave. Because concrete is also related to sand. Upgrading the cabin to level 3 also requires 50 units of concrete. Concrete. 50 units of concrete, only 30 units of sand and 30 units of stones, mixed with a certain amount of water can be made. This is the hint given when looking at the concrete writing on the cabin. 30 units of sand, 30 units of stone, a certain amount of water. Mix to make 50 units of concrete. Start. Half an hour later. The latest 30 stones mined from the stone area were mixed with 30 units of sand and soil at the feet, and mixed with water. Keep stirring. Mix well. 50 units of concrete, done. The time came to around 12 noon. The situation of materials required for cabin upgrade has been greatly improved. Wood 250 200ths, stone 250 100ths, sand 80 50ths, concrete 50 50, iron 12 15ths, copper 6 15ths, silver 3 fifths, gold 0 thirds, agarwood 0 fifths, low-level upgrade stone 0/1, low-level obsidian stone 0/1. All 50 units of concrete are stored in the warehouse. There are 50 spaces in the warehouse. A maximum of 50 units of each material can occupy one space. If more than 50 units are occupied, they must be occupied separately. Therefore, the warehouse is still crowded at the moment. 70% of the space is occupied. Of course, many materials do not meet the maximum unit limit, and there is still a lot of room for development. As for the 800 milliliters Liangbaikai in the morning, all of them have been sold out. Get iron plus 5 and copper plus 3. The iron blocks are enough, but the copper blocks are still lacking. Trading copper bullion is not difficult. By the way, silver bullion. Since Lu Xiaoya can collect silver bullion, others may not be able to. Place the transaction directly. 500 milliliters of boiled water is traded for 2 pieces of silver, and the missing pieces will be made up first, and the other 600 milliliters of boiled water is traded for 6 copper blocks. Get these done in the World Channel and Regional Chat Channel. There are already complaints. Alas, Mr. Chen is trading water again. It's really watery. Those who sell river water, lake water or even sea water, just exchange 2 liters of water for 1 iron block, but no one is willing to exchange it. What can I do with water that I can't drink? It's not like I don't have water from rivers and lakes. I have been drinking river water for a few days, and I have completely adapted to the toxicity of the river water. Now my stomach doesn't hurt at all. Although it is better to have pure water, it is not necessary. Don't let anyone ask for it. Purified water, boiled purified water, is just a little worse than raw meat. Oh, I just want Mr. Chen's wolf meat, even 1 bite. Then you must have the supplies that Mr. Chen needs: silver, gold, agarwood, or good crop seeds. Crop seeds, Mr. Chen also wants these. Auction channel, haven't you seen it? There is a full 1000 milliliters of Liangbo, and I don't know how many people are waiting to grab it. Thank you for reminding me, my dear. I have so much money and can't eat it, so I'll go and exchange it with Mr. Chen. There was a lot of chattering. Chen Yuan. In other words, Boss Chen's fame has completely spread throughout the survival world. Few people don't know this. People seeking to survive in the world are not only people from China, but also people from various other places. Baga. This Chen Yuan has a name that sounds like someone from Kyushu. Don't let me find him. Among the Orientals, there is a guy named Chen Yuan. He is very talented. He is probably a survival expert. If you encounter him in the future, try not to provoke him. Chen Yuan, that's interesting. I'll remember you. It depends on whether you are qualified to become my opponent in this world. Remember, my name is Wilt, the #1 expert in the special forces of the great British nation. I once used a dagger to survive alone in the tropical rainforest for half a year. Various words may not appear on the World Channel and Regional Channel. But in each of their hearts, it resounded more than once. Chen Yuan had no idea about this. In other words, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The transaction is up. There are many people chatting with him through the trading page, too many. After reading some, Chen Yuan really couldn't understand it, so he set up keyword filtering, thus avoiding a lot of invalid information. By the way, the keyword plus upgrade stone and obsidian. Chen Yuan also had a fluke mentality. What if someone has it? What if you find yourself? This is not something that will definitely not happen. Just set these up. There are obviously much fewer dialog boxes. Look at them one by one. Most of them did not screen the required supplies, but just asked Chen Yuan if he really wanted it, what were they used for, and what was their value. By the time we reached the 10th dialog box, there were already many messages on it. Boss Chen, are you there? Brother Chen, I want to make a deal with you, do you think it's okay? Boss Chen, can you reply? I've added you as a friend. Can you approve it? Boss Chen, are you chatting too much privately and are too busy? I have obsidian here. I got it from a treasure chest. I don't know what it is used for, but it should be good. Do you think I'd like to trade it with you? Boss Chen. Seeing this message, Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Does anyone really have obsidian? Whether it is basic materials, wood, stone, iron, copper, rare materials silver, black soil, or materials with extremely high transaction value, pure water, raw meat, even if you get Ling wood. Chen Yuan had never been so excited. Obsidian. The core materials for upgrading the cabin to level 3 have appeared. And according to what the other party said, it was obtained from the treasure chest. I have never encountered the treasure chest so far. How can I get it? Will there be one in the valley? Perhaps, we need to have a good exchange with the other party and try to get the obsidian and get information about the treasure chest at the same time. Certainly. Since the other party takes the initiative to find you, the initiative is in your own hands. I can't show myself to be anxious. This is also a trading strategy. So, looking at the message from last night, Chen Yuan replied lightly, Obsidian, yes, what do you want? Then, close the dialog box. Actually, the other party didn't reply at this time. I don't know what he was busy with. Chen Yuan was not in a hurry. Return to the cabin. While waiting, prepare today's lunch. First, boil 2000 milliliters of pure water. After all, the silver transaction of 500 milliliters water and the copper block transaction of 600 milliliters water have just been listed. After it is cooked, place it in a large stone bowl to cool. Then, start boiling water again. While boiling water, clean a piece of raw wolf meat taken from the warehouse and cut it into several small pieces. At this time, the water was also boiling, and they were all put into the stone pot. Close the lid. Originally, this stone pot had no lid and had just been made by Chen Yuan. After covering it, Chen Yuan searched for seasonings in the trading channel. There actually is. Someone is selling in the trading channel. And there's more than one person. Chen Yuan directly opened 300 milliliters of cold water and got 3 packets of ingredients, including salt, pepper and vanilla. Slowly sprinkle some salt into the broth. At this time, if there are other players in the survival world here, their eyes will shine with envy and their teeth will gnash. Chen Yuan is actually making soup. Or use pure water to stew wolf broth with salt. Too luxurious. After an hour, the delicious wolf meat soup is ready. It smells so good. While drinking the broth and stewed meat, sprinkled with a few slices of herbs, Chen Yuan just felt happy. Next to it, the little white rabbit kept squeaking. Want to eat? Aha! There is news about obsidian today. I am in a good mood. I will give you a piece. Chen Yuan threw over a small piece of meat. The little white rabbit immediately screamed gratefully, tasting it with relish, and his little eyes were blurred. At this time, the game pops up a dialog box. Brother Chen, you can count on me. It's the one who wants to trade obsidian. Chen Yuan looked away and said, well, I'm too busy. Haha, I know. The man's attitude was very low. After all, you are now the #1 celebrity in this game, and the number of private messages you have sent to me is probably as high as the sky. Let's get down to business. Chen Yuan said calmly. Yes. The man said, I have obsidian and want to. Just say what you want. The man was caught off guard by how straight to the point he was. After a while, the man replied, Brother Chen, although I don't know the function of this obsidian yet, I found it in a mysterious copper box. In this world, currently, few people should have obtained the mysterious copper box, let alone obsidian. Such a valuable thing will definitely be of great use in the future, so now, I want to trade water purification equipment with you. There is no cover up there either. Water purifier. Yes. The man smiled. Many people think that Mr. Chen got the land of spring water, but in fact, clean pure water can also be purified by a water purifier, and Mr. Chen only sells a limited amount of pure water every day, so I guess you are got a water purifier. It might even be made from the blueprints of a water purifier. So, I want to use obsidian to exchange water purifiers with Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan glanced at this person's name. How high 27.180. Not a good person. I do have a water purifier, but I want to replace it with an obsidian stone that can continuously produce purified water. Do you think it's possible? Chen Yuan spoke bluntly. There was silence for a while, and then he said again, Brother Chen, what do you think the deal should be? He obviously didn't want to give up. How many pieces of obsidian do you have? I'll just take one piece. To be honest. There was silence for a while, and then he said, to be honest, Mr. Chen, I have 3 pieces of obsidian, but the most I can give you is 2 pieces. After all, this obsidian will definitely be of great use in the future, and I must keep one for myself. Quote. 2 obsidian stones for 1 water purifier. Chen Yuan must have made money. After all, the value of obsidian is there. When many people start to upgrade to level 3 and need obsidian, the obsidian will trigger a rush. Water purifier, the survival world will be flooded soon. Even if it is not widespread, its value will be replaced. How did you get the treasure chest? The other side was stunned. Brother Chen, I thought you had the treasure box so you could get the water purifier blueprints and make the water purifier. The other person obviously knew that he had gone off topic, and said obediently, Brother Chen, I found it in a cave. While chasing a fox in bush after bush, I accidentally stumbled upon a cave and found it in the cave. Cave. Chen Yuan was thinking about what the other party said. There should be no lies. Okay, you place a deal. Okay. They didn't expect Chen Yuan to be so cheerful. However, now that we have talked about it, there is no need to talk nonsense. He directly made a transaction in the trading channel to exchange 2 obsidian for 1 water purifier. Chen Yuan clicks in and trades. The trading system automatically approves the items of both parties. Unmistakable. The deal is done. Game tips. Obsidian +2. Game tips. Water purifier 1. Chen Yuan's heart moved. 2 black stones with irregular shapes that seemed to attract luster, like coal, appeared in the hand. Somewhat heavy. Gaze up. Low-level obsidian. A stone that contains special energy in the survival world and has many uses. The introduction is very general. No wonder How Hai was finally willing to trade for 2 coins. While waiting for How Hai, the silver transaction and the copper transaction were completed one after another, and now there is obsidian. In other words, the only materials left to upgrade the cabin are 3 pieces of gold, 5 pieces of agarwood, and 1 piece of agarwood. A low-level upgrade stone. Chen Yuan thought slightly. The progress is already 70% or even 80%. But the last of these materials are the more difficult it is. If I hadn't screened the keywords in time this time, I might have missed How Hai's news. Playing with obsidian in his hand. Place it casually on the wooden table. Chen Yuan took the iron axe out and practiced axe skills for a while in the open space outside the door, and then wandered around. Since How Hai can get the treasure chest containing obsidian, you can definitely do it yourself. There should be a high probability of a treasure chest hidden in the valley, but it's just hidden in a corner that I haven't discovered yet. Therefore, Chen Yuan decided to use the afternoon to search again and see if he could collect some useful materials. In the valley, Chen Yuan searched around. No effective findings were found. When Chen Yuan encountered the coffee tree, he thought about it and decided not to transplant it to an indoor greenhouse. For one, indoor greenhouse space is limited. Secondly, coffee beans collected from coffee trees can be stored for a long time and need to be dried and ground. It doesn't matter if they are new or not. This is why Chen Yuan didn't even store the coffee beans in the warehouse. Treasure box, where are you? Certainly. What Chen Yuan cares most about is the treasure chest. In the entire valley, There seemed to be something that could be hidden in the woods, but the woods were not big, and the bushes and grass that could be hidden were all dug open and fiddled with spears. Nothing at all. Instead, it scared a few little hares and squirrels. Chen Yuan came to Shiku again. There are several large stones in the stone area, mixed with some small stones, and Chen Yuan has mined 1/3 of them. Chen Yuan was worried that there would be a treasure chest hidden in any corner between them. Check them one by one. Neither. Now, only the other end of the stream is unchecked. Chen Yuan looked towards the stream. The entire valley is divided into two parts by a stream. On the left side are cabins, stone areas, woods and some lawns. As for the right, there is a larger and denser lawn. This lawn is at least as big as 3 football fields. At the end is another mountain behind. During this period, there were occasionally some grass and bushes, but they were very few and did not look like they contained treasure chests. But since we are searching, we must look for something clean. Set off. Walk towards the stream. The entire stream is only 3 to 5 meters narrow. Because of the cold weather, Chen Yuan had never been there before because he thought wading would be troublesome. But now I'm going to check it out. There are many smooth pebbles at the bottom of the stream. Stepping on soft pebbles, fish swim among the nearby aquatic plants. I'll take care of you when I get back. After taking a look at them, Chen Yuan walked directly through the stream that was up to his knees and came to the lawn on the right side of the stream. Start looking. There is no need to look for lawns that are visible to the naked eye. Those grasses and bushes are Chen Yuan's focus. No. Nothing at all. Still none. Frustrated, Chen Yuan searched over and over again, rummaging through all the grass and bushes, and even found a few snake eggs. But there is no treasure chest. One last search. Still nothing. Go back. Chen Yuan returned in frustration. He had no choice but to do his best. For a full 2 hours, I searched no less than 2 or 3 times. Still not, and there was nothing he could do. Return. When I was swimming in the water, I saw the fish swimming in the stream. Forget it, I'm soaked anyway, let's catch a few fish to eat. Holding a spear, Chen Yuan followed the example of a fisherman and touched the swimming fish. Stay close and fork it hard. No hits. Then the second time, the third time, the fourth time. When I waited for the 5th time, I was lucky and hit one. The fish was thrown onto the shore by Chen Yuan. Of course, one is not enough. Article 2, Article 3. As the number of times increased, Chen Yuan became more and more proficient. At the end of the day, Chen Yuan could almost hit one of them with one thrust of his spear, and sometimes even in pairs. This spear is still not professional enough. The rear end of the spear mouth is too big. When I go back to make a fishing spear, it will be easier to catch fish. If I sell it in the game, I can also harvest a lot of supplies. Chen Yuan thought in his heart. We have reached the water not far from the sand flat area. The stream here is actually quite wide. And the water is very deep. It's as if this place itself is a large depression. If you go further, the water will even reach your chest. Let's go back. There was a slight amount of water pressure, and it was no longer convenient to walk underwater. Chen Yuan planned to return. But this time, he noticed that there seemed to be a faint silver light coming from the bottom of the water. Looking carefully, he saw the outline of a box among the water plants. Box. Treasure chest. Chen Yuan's breathing became slightly heavier. At this time, a water snake about 1 meter long, as thick as a wrist, with gray spots on its body, broke through the water from the water plants ahead. When Chen Yuan saw the treasure box, he became vigilant. The water snake was discovered by him immediately. Call out. The water snake was very fast, opened its big mouth, and bit directly towards his lower gear. Beast, can you bite here? Chen Yuan was angry. The spear in his hand was thrust directly into a position under the water 3 steps ahead with the force of breaking an army. Phew. The penetrating sound came. Hit. And, unlike dealing with those fish, you have to protect them. Chen Yuan's fork was very powerful, fast and cruel, and he cut the entire water snake directly from the neck. The water snake tossed in the water a few times and then stopped moving. He put his hand into the water. Seize the snake carcass and throw it to the shore. Then, taking a deep breath, Chen Yuan dived into the water. 2 minutes later, Chen Yuan came to the shore holding a silver treasure chest with mud on the bottom. Game tip. Get a silver treasure chest +1. Game tips. In the survival world, there are many mysterious treasure boxes, which contain various materials, including but not limited to ores, metals, skill books, weapons, rare materials. All treasure chests are divided into 8 levels: wooden treasure chests, black iron treasure chests, bronze treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, diamond treasure chests, black diamond treasure chests, and the rumored god level treasure chests. Game tips. I got a silver treasure chest. Do you want to open it? The silver treasure chest is a mysterious treasure chest that is one level higher than How High's bronze treasure chest. What will be inside? Chen Yuan is looking forward to it very much. Open. Game tip. Obtain the blueprint for making an excellent crossbow +1. Game tip. Get a broken jetpack +1. Game tips. Obtain the brave and fearless badge +1. 3 rewards. Learn the blueprints for making excellent crossbows first. Game tips. Successfully learn the blueprints for making excellent crossbows. Excellent level crossbow. A long-range weapon with huge lethality, with an effective killing range of 200 meters, and can easily penetrate gold and stone. Materials required. High-quality beef tendon 0/1, refined iron 0/2, crossbow wood 0/2. Refined iron. 4 pieces of ordinary iron can be hammered into 1 piece of refined iron, and the tool table can be tempered after the cabin is upgraded to LV2. Crossbow wood. Suitable crossbow wood materials include walnut, cypress, jujube, etc. Tool table. After consuming 3 units of iron blocks, the wooden table can be upgraded to a working wooden table, which is also a workbench. Crossbow arrows. Excellent grade strong crossbows are equipped with a standard 8 crossbow arrows. To make 8 crossbow arrows, 2 pieces of refined iron are required. Chen Yuan picked up the broken jetpack again. Game tips. The broken jet backpack can jet in midair after being worn. Because it is damaged, it can only last for 10 minutes. Required for repair. 1 soul. Soul. What the hell? It seems that the level of the silver treasure chest is still very high for people who have only entered the world of survival for a few days. Even Chen Yuan felt like an idiot at this moment. Picked up the brave and fearless badge again. This is truly a badge. It is the size of a coin and is entirely golden. On the front is a warrior in the form of a battle axe holding a shield, running and fighting. Because the badge is golden, it feels like it is bathed in golden light. On the reverse side are the 4 characters, brave and fearless. The brave and fearless badge. A badge that inherits the ancient fighting will. As long as the wearer wears it on the chest, it can maintain a 20% increase in internal strength for 10 minutes. It is not recommended to wear it when not in use, as it will consume the energy inside. Brave and Fearless badge can be upgraded. The soul required for upgrade is 0/2. The primary upgrade stone is 0/2. The upgrade effect increases the power by 25% within 15 minutes. It's the soul again. And also need upgrade stones. Need 2 more units. Too much. Chen Yuan shook his head. Headache. Put the jetpack and the brave badge into the warehouse, and bring the fish and snake carcasses back to the cabin along with the silver treasure chest. Just return to the cabin. At this time, Chen Yuan found that there was 1 obsidian missing on the table. Missing 1. At noon, after reading the obsidian, he put it here casually because he didn't want to occupy the warehouse space. And it's also a casual action. Casual. But now, there is only 1 obsidian left. Chen Yuan instantly looked at the little white rabbit lying under the wooden table. This little white rabbit was sleeping. With all 4 legs in the air, the sleeping posture is extremely unsightly. At the same time, game tips. Intimacy +1. Game tips. Intimacy +1. Game tips. Intimacy +1. Comma. The game prompts kept coming, and Chen Yuan's eyelids twitched slightly. So, that obsidian was eaten by you. Chen Yuan only felt that his scalp was broken. There was no one else in the valley but him. The little white rabbit ran out of the livestock pen and appeared under the table. At the same time, 1 obsidian was missing, and strange intimacy +1 kept coming out. If not it, who else could it be? Although it's just a guess, it's pretty close. Chen Yuan immediately put the obsidian on the table into the warehouse. Looking at the sleeping little white rabbit under the wooden table, I have the urge to stew it. Stare past. Little white rabbit. A wild virtual rabbit with 1% of the blood of the queen of virtual rabbit in its body has turned on the ability to devour. The more it devours, the more its bloodline will awaken and become stronger, and it will become a helpful little rabbit on your way to survive in the world. Partner. Wild virtual rabbits like to devour and digest various jade stones with energy. The current level is level 3. The current state is to devour and digest obsidian. There was none of this before. Apparently it was a change after eating obsidian. A wild rabbit with the bloodline of 1% queen rabbit. The bloodline of the void rabbit queen. Aha. Game tips. Intimacy +1. Game tips. Intimacy +1. Game tips. Intimacy +1. The intimacy continued to grow, and finally, at some point, the prompt changed. Game personal panel. The pet page has been opened, and the intimacy level has reached 90. Do you want to accept the wild virtual rabbit as a pet? Pet beast. Chen Yuan opened the game panel. Enter the personal page. After warehouse, friends, trade, auction, and manufacture, a new column was added as expected. Pet beast. Click in. Name. Wild virtual rabbit. Gender. Mother. Current level. Level 3 upgrading. Talent bloodline. 1% bloodline of the void rabbit queen. Passive skill. Devouring ability opened when encountering special energy jade. Active skills. Phantom Claw LV1, Sudden Speed LV1. Comma. Should we adopt wild virtual rabbits as pets? The game is still prompting. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. Received. Don't tell me whether the little white rabbit of Queen Rabbit's bloodline is helpful or not. Obsidian must not be wasted. The moment he adopted the wild rabbit as a pet, Chen Yuan felt a connection with the little white rabbit deep in his heart. The little white rabbit turned over under the wooden table and seemed to sleep more soundly. Oh, it's really. Chen Yuan sighed and took the little white rabbit back to the livestock pen. It's a bit helpless. This little doe. That's all. Let's make a crossbow first. It's not difficult to make an excellent crossbow under his current conditions. With long-range weapons like crossbows, the threat is greatly increased. It's also easier to deal with the gray wolf. Just do it. To make a crossbow, you must first upgrade the wooden table. In a burst of white light, after 3 iron blocks are consumed, the wooden table is upgraded to a workbench. The size has not changed, and the surface is coated with a layer of iron. Spend another 2 units of iron blocks to create a forging hammer, which can be used to hammer refined iron. Fine iron. 12 quarters iron block. Is it hammered? Hammered. Game tips. Fine iron hammer is being built. Looking at the forging hammer that is constantly beating the iron on the workbench, it should take a while before the iron can be hammered successfully. Then, Chen Yuan went to the trading channel. After trading for 15 more iron blocks, I consumed a full 1,500 milliliters of Liangbaikai. At the same time, the previously traded copper nuggets and silver transactions were also concluded, with copper nuggets +6 and silver +2. The upgrade materials for the cabin were replenished again. Continue to boil water. After all, the additional 15 iron blocks traded used the pre-stored water from the auction and part of the water I drank. Boil 3,000 milliliters of water. Would rather have more. At this time, a total of 4 pieces of refined iron have been hammered, consuming 16 iron blocks. The materials required for the strong crossbow are high-quality beef tendon 0/1, refined iron 4/2, and crossbow wood 0/2. The best crossbow wood is walnut. Therefore, Chen Yuan listed the transaction on the trading channel again, still using water, seeking to trade crossbow wood and high-quality beef tendon. There are 2 crossbows. The demand is walnut wood. The bid is 300 milliliters Liangbaikai. 1 piece of high-quality beef tendon, bid 200 milliliters for free. Half an hour later, both transactions are completed. Silver can be traded. It is not difficult to trade these, and if Chen Yuan is willing to find crossbow wood, there will be suitable tree types in the forest. Save yourself the trouble. Finally, after about 1 hour, everything was done. Excellent level strong crossbow. High quality beef tendon 1/1, fine iron 4/2, crossbow wood 2/2. Equipped with 8 standard crossbow arrows, fine iron 4/2. All materials are ready. Make it. Wow. In the white light, there was a clicking sound. Then, a half-meter long, powerful crossbow made entirely of fine iron with a black crossbow body appeared in Chen Yuan's hand. The crossbow arm is made of fine walnut. The outer string made of high-quality beef tendon is tough and powerful. Pull slightly. There was a buzzing sound. Compared with ordinary bows, crossbows have a longer range, greater lethality, higher hit rate, and lower requirements for users. Try it now. Come to the edge of the woods. The crossbow is in his hand. There are 8 crossbow arrows in the crossbow bag. Take out one and place it in the ammunition slot. Aim at a tree. Pull the trigger underneath. Call out. The body of the Scotch pine tree in front of us was immediately pierced, leaving a finger-deep hole that could be seen behind the tree. Chen Yuan found the crossbow arrow. He came to a small stone in the stone area and pulled the trigger again. Call out. Small rocks can also be easily penetrated. Breaking through stone and gold. Cold-blooded. An excellent crossbow made of fine iron, it is so powerful that if you encounter a wolf again, you can kill it with one arrow. The power of the excellent crossbow was far beyond Chen Yuan's imagination. Melee iron axe. A powerful crossbow for long-distance combat. Chen Yuan felt invincible, but he also knows the dangers of this world. Not to mention the endless mysterious grassland outside the forest to the east, there are many wild beasts in the lake behind the valley alone. There are many dangerous beasts and they are not easy to deal with. Chen Yuan thought of the stone statue again. There must be good things over there. When I feel more confident, I must go and see. Chen Yuan concentrated slightly. Carrying a bucket, he loaded up the fish and water snakes he had killed before and came to the stream to clean them. It's time for a change tonight. It's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. From trading obsidian with How High at noon to getting the silver treasure chest and making an excellent crossbow, 5 hours have passed. The auction information was posted around 9 a.m. It's almost time. After cleaning, Chen Yuan placed part of the snake meat and fish on the grill and entered the game interface directly. The World Channel was still bustling with activity. Today is the 3rd day, and I'm still not used to it. Who isn't? In this broken world, I, the boss of a listed company, am now acting like a beggar. My secretary doesn't even know where to go. Upstairs, your secretary ran away with me. Just run away with me. Mad, I have been battling with that great white shark for 3 days, and I finally managed to beat it away today. Guess what I gained by beating it away? What? Yeah, don't ask, it's too mysterious. Quick. No reply for a long time. Then, I saw a floating screen floating across the entire world channel. Ha ha ha, I got a box, a mysterious box, that's a treasure box. It's actually a box. But, can the treasure chest be obtained from defeating the great white shark? Also, what's going on with this floating screen? Chen Yuan's eyes focused on the golden horn that could speak once a day, and a prompt popped up. After the golden horn is consumed, if you need to speak again, you can click on the horn to purchase it, but some supplies will be consumed. So that's it. No wonder Chen Yuan never discovered it. Because he has never spoken on the World Channel at all, and very few people use floating screens now. In the early days of material shortage, who is willing to spend materials just to say a word? I'm afraid I'm not stupid. Go to the regional chat channel again. Someone also spoke. There are a lot fewer channels than the World Chat channel, but we have a lot of acquaintances, and many of them have added friends. Alas, Mr. Chen didn't speak on the channel either. After the channel rankings, he is number 1. No one can surpass him, he can only be worshipped. Thanks to the channel ranking, otherwise I wouldn't even know there is such a great person in our channel. He's too low-key. You don't understand. My idol is said to be deep-seated, humble and unassuming. He's not like that guy Lu Yang, who always pretends to be cool on the channel when he gets something. You can't criticize him, after all, he has the 2nd largest channel. Hey, I don't have high demands. Whenever I can enter the top 20, I just want to show up at the bottom of the list. Top 20. It's better not to dream. And at this time, Chen Yuan stopped reading the chat. Because of the location on the right side of the channel, an additional list appeared at some point. On the list, from number 1 to 20, he was ranked number 1. Moreover, his name is redder, bolder, and darker than the 2nd and 3rd names ranked below him. It is difficult not to attract attention. I haven't come in for just a little while, So I go to bed early every day, and the screen is floating, and the channel ranking is up. You don't know, you think I'm out of touch with the world. Chen Yuan frowned. I don't know what the channel ranking is based on. He ranked first, while a guy named Lu Yong on the channel ranked second, and third was Li Chang. Li Chang. When he clicked on the name, he saw that it was indeed Li Chang who had traded Bai Lingmu with him and added him as a friend. I didn't expect that he would be on the same channel as me and even get the third place in the channel. Pull down. The rankings go down in order, up to more than 9,100. In less than 3 days, 8 or 900 people died. Chen Yuan shook his head slightly. Although the chat channel was lively and not too depressing, they were all living people. Dead people. Has no say. We still cannot let down our guard. The cabins must be upgraded as soon as possible, supplies must be more fully prepared, and indoor greenhouses must be developed as soon as possible. Chen Yuan quits the regional channel. On the personal page, enter the auction channel. He was originally supposed to handle the auction matters, and the world channel and regional channel were just passing by. Come to the auction channel. There are many people auctioning and entering their own auction pages. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Auction item. 1000 milliliters Liangbaikai. Requirement. Crop seeds. Auction countdown. 18 minutes. Remarks. The requirements are crop seeds, preferably vegetables and fruits. 1000 milliliters cold boiled water is pure water after boiling, safe and reliable. Comma. The auction has entered its final stages. Only the last 18 minutes remain. Chen Yuan simply ate while waiting for the auction. 1000 milliliters cold boiled. It's clean and hygienic, and it's a necessity. It's very tempting. In the final stage, people participating in the auction began to gradually increase their chips. The system automatically makes judgments, players are eliminated one by one, and players are promoted one by one. The last 5 minutes. The last 3 minutes. Last minute. Comma. Finally, in the last 10 seconds of the game, someone smashed 4 high-quality crop and fruit seeds and won the auction. Game tips. Reach a deal with the buyer. Lu Yong 18.173 feet. Game tips. Excellent grade tomato seeds +1, excellent grade Chinese cabbage seeds +2, excellent grade watermelon seeds +1. Game tips. 1000 milliliters Liangbaikai 1. Deal done. The deal reached with Lu Yong 18.173. Isn't this the second ranked one on my own channel? Chen Yuan clicked on his name. This guy had a lot of transaction and auction information, most of which were seeds. Seed. It seems that this kid also has his own fate. Chen Yuan guessed. But he didn't have a penchant for prying into other people's secrets, so he didn't say anything the moment the deal was completed. But the friend request message came. It belongs to Lu Yong. Because they were in the same channel, Chen Yuan thought about it and did not refuse. Ha ha ha, idol added me. Ha ha ha, so happy. I can jump 3 feet high on the spot. The other side was very excited. Idol, you will let me show off in the channel later, do you agree? Chen Yuan. Lu Yong. Ha ha ha, idols don't know. In fact, I'm not short of water. I just chatted with you privately countless times and you didn't respond. I happen to have a lot of seeds, so I snatched your auction. It's really cool. I added it to you. Quote. Chen Yuan. Lu Yong. Idol, do you want any more seeds? I have dozens of seeds left in a pack here. Tell me what seeds you want. Chen Yuan. What the hell? Where is this auction? Daching has gained a little fanboy who is full of admiration, chatty and loves to talk nonsense. Chen Yuan looked at his name again, Lu Yong 18.173. Tisk. No wonder, 18 years old, a little brat. Inside the cabin. Chen Yuan exchanged pleasantries with Lu Yong and finally dismissed the latter. What a warm and simple guy. Thinking secretly. Chen Yuan banged his head and came to the indoor greenhouse. Take out the 4 seeds from the auction. 4 seeds, 2 fine-grade Chinese cabbage seeds, 1 fine-grade tomato seed, 1 fine-grade watermelon seed. Premium-grade Chinese cabbage seeds. A vegetable seed in the survival world, which can grow delicious Chinese cabbage, with a growth cycle of 1 month. Premium-grade tomato seeds. A vegetable seed in the survival world that can grow delicious tomatoes with a growth cycle of 1 month. Premium-grade watermelon seeds. a kind of fruit seed in the survival world, which can grow delicious watermelons. The growth cycle is 1.5 months. Plant them all. Add water. Judging from the growth cycle, with the 15-fold growth acceleration of black soil, it is expected to mature in 2 or 3 days. Then, Chen Yuan looked at the fragrant rice seedlings aside. The fragrant rice seeds were planted in the morning, and palm-high rice seedlings grew at noon. They are now taller. There are even ears of rice growing faintly between the rice seedlings. Although these ears of rice are still in their first stages, they are no longer smaller than the mature ears of rice in the original world. Looking at it this way, when the fragrant rice matures, the world will be much larger than before. Chen Yuan said secretly. The little white rabbit is still sleeping. The barbecued fish and snake meat were already eaten during the auction, and the rest was packed in wooden barrels. It's still cold, so I'm not worried about them breaking. The stove rises, just not far from the bed. It was so dark outside the window that I couldn't see my fingers. When he came to this world, Chen Yuan had not gone out at night. Firstly, he had plenty of supplies, and secondly, it was too dark to see any danger. Still safe in the cabin. Close the windows. The door is fastened. Lower the fire in the stove and let it burn slowly, so you won't wake up from the cold in the middle of the night. Chen Yuan was lying on the bed. The ever-moving table lamp emits a faint fluorescent light. I'm not sleepy yet, and there's nothing to do, so I just browse the World Channel and Regional Channel. In the World Channel, search the keyword, treasure box, and there are some records. Then I searched wooden boxes, iron boxes, and copper boxes. I could still find some, but fewer and fewer. Even the copper box was mentioned by only 2 people. Certainly, there must be people like Hao Hai who had a copper box and didn't even mention it. Didn't Chen Yuan get a silver box and didn't even mention it? For ordinary people, it may be difficult for many people. But how can all 5.2 billion people be ordinary people? Some of the masters in that world, such as special forces, wilderness survival masters, senior hunters, etc., would definitely be good in this world. After searching these, Chen Yuan checked the private messages again. It's all boring content. There are even many little girls who want to get to know him, and they say that as long as he gives them something to eat and drink, if they meet in the future, they can satisfy some of Chen Yuan's unreasonable requests. Really, am I, Chen Yuan, such a person who doesn't know how to settle accounts? What if you all die when we want to meet each other in the future? It's so whimsical. Exit the game page. Close your eyes. Chen Yuan began to think about his plans for tomorrow. He must not be able to go to the lake in the back mountain for the time being, but he could take a look at the wasteland. But there are 2 mountains in the back. You can have a nice walk in the back mountain. On the other side of the wasteland, I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. Maybe the edge is safer, but what happens once we go deep? Besides, the mountains behind the mountains are connected by more mountains. As long as you stay away from the lake, there may not be any danger. Thinking about it, Chen Yuan also had a plan in mind. Drowsiness came over him, and gradually, Chen Yuan tilted his head and fell asleep. A quiet night. Wait for the next day. It's still dark. Chen Yuan woke up. The first thing he did when he woke up was to fill the water purifier with water. Although one water purifier was sold to Hao Hai, Chen Yuan made another one. In the water purification area, there are still 5 water purifiers working. Came to the indoor greenhouse again. Water one by one. Then, prepare food. Today we are going to the back mountain, especially the back mountain on the right side of the stream. We must eat well. After eating, the system prompts to sign in also came. Looked at the time. 6 a.m. It's already slightly bright outside. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You got a map of the survival world. Get a piece of excellent armor. Get a pair of excellent combat boots. 3 things. Let's take a look at the survival world map first. Map of the survival world. This is a map of the survival world. You can zoom in and out. However, this map is obscured by fog and cannot be seen in many places unless you can find the fog-repelling stone. Fog-dispelling stone. A stone that dispels fog in an area and is often used to explore unknown areas on the map. Chen Yuan looked at the map. It was indeed all obscured by fog. But there was a red dot on the map. I kept zooming in, zooming in, and zooming in again. It turned out to be my location. Approximately southwest of the entire map. On the map, you can see the valley where you are. The streams, woods, lawns in the valley, the wilderness outside the forest, the back mountains in the valley, the lakes in the back mountains. But, beyond that, it was blocked by fog. There is even a light mist surrounding the lake. Obviously, the place where the fog dispersed was where I had explored. Although I have not set foot on the location of the lake, I have seen it from a distance. Therefore, the concentration of fog is thinner than in other places. Look at it this way. There are two ways to dispel the fog and understand the survival world map. One is to explore by yourself, and the other is to find the fog-dispelling stone. He also took out excellent armor and combat boots. Excellent armor. Defense plus 1/6. With this armor, you can easily withstand attacks from ordinary swords and beasts, greatly increasing the player's chance of survival in this world. Excellent level combat boots. Speed plus 14. With these combat boots, in addition to better protecting your feet, you can walk as fast as flying and escape calmly when encountering danger. Chen Yuan put it on immediately. Very appropriate. It seems to be tailor-made. Although it is a bit heavy, given Chen Yuan's current physical condition, it is just right, no different from wearing a coat. Holding an iron axe. Get out of the cabin. Practice your axe technique in front of a clearing. Done in one go. Looking at it now, the physical fitness has been doubled, the axe skills are blessed, and there are excellent iron axes, armor, combat boots, and crossbows. In addition, there are brave and fearless badges, jetpacks, and even anesthetics in the warehouse exist. Chen Yuan's combat power and methods should be at the top of the world. Or, be arrogant and go to the lake. Certainly, this idea only existed in Chen Yuan's mind for a moment before he abandoned it. In the lake behind the mountain, there are mysterious stone statues, wolves, cattle, hyenas, and even unknown creatures in the lake. The risk factor is not low, so it's better to wait. Let's go to the back mountain first. The back mountain on the right side of the valley is today's top priority. If you have enough time, carefully explore the several back mountains between the lake and the valley. Set off. He holds an iron axe and carries a powerful crossbow on his back. Wearing armor and combat boots. As for the iron spears and crossbows, they were placed in the house. Before leaving, I looked at the little white rabbit again. He was sleeping very quietly in the livestock pen. I guess it will take some time to digest the obsidian. I hope it will have some effect if you wake up. Otherwise, if you eat my obsidian, it will still be useless. I will really make you stew and drink it. Chen Yuan said fiercely. Totally forgotten. This little white rabbit is already his pet animal. Cross the creek. Across the lawn. Come to the foot of the back mountain on the right side of the stream. Climb straight up. Compared with the left back mountain, the stone area is there, and I have seen it up the mountain, but the right back mountain is much stranger to Chen Yuan. There are many trees, shrubs, and grass in the mountains. Spruce. A kind of fir tree, tall and straight, with few knots and slightly light material. It is a good material for making furniture and appliances. Mountain fir. A kind of fir tree, the bark is peeled off in long strips, mostly brown-red, suitable for garden trees, landscape trees, or beach afforestation. Chongshan. A type of fir tree with large branches and leaves. Qingshan. It's a cedar forest. At this time, Chen Yuan had reached the highest point of the back mountain and walked towards the back. At this time, another cedar tree appeared in front of us. Brown. The game prompts again. Gray fir. A type of fir tree with gray-brown leaves. It likes shade and moisture. There are often some strange spiders in places with many gray firs. Please be careful. Strange spider. Chen Yuan was thinking as he walked more than 10 meters away. At this time, a dark wind came from behind. Call. Subconsciously, Chen Yuan struck behind with his iron axe. I saw a brown furry spider about 1 meter long, waving its pair of forelimbs towards Chen Yuan. The pair of forelimbs, gray-brown, are longer than its body. Like two sharp blades, they plunged straight into Chen Yuan. The iron axe collided with the forelimbs, encountered a slight obstacle, and then the two severed limbs flew out. Chen Yuan turned around. Gray spider. Level 6, a strange spider that lives in a damp and cold environment. Its whole body is useless, but it may drop things after killing it. Will something drop? Chen Yuan thought of the guy in the game who beat away the great white shark and dropped the treasure chest. If that's the case, you can't blame me for being rude. In this way, Chen Yuan, who was holding an iron axe, wearing armor and combat boots, started fighting with the gray spider in front of him, whose forelimbs had been chopped off and green liquid was leaking out. How could this strange spider be Chen Yuan's opponent? In just a moment, Chen Yuan chopped it into several pieces. Excellent grade iron axe, quite sharp. It's a pity that this gray spider didn't bring anything to Chen Yuan. As Chen Yuan fought with the gray spiders appeared one after another throughout the gray cedar forest. It turns out that they are hidden on the gray fir trees, and they are all shrunk up, just like the canopy covering them. Game tip. Kill a gray spider and get nothing. Game tip. Kill a gray spider and get nothing. Game tip. Kill a gray spider and get a wooden treasure chest +1. Game tips. Get wooden treasure chest +1. The whole cedar forest on the back side of the mountain. The number of gray spiders inside is terrifying. Fortunately, they like the cold and dampness on the back side and will not easily go to the front side. Otherwise, it would be really hard to tell in the first few days of the game. Chen Yuan fought with them. Using the trees in the forest, he kept dodging and killed one after another. While his actual combat experience was greatly improved, he also obtained wooden treasure chests one after another. When you kill the last one, which is slightly larger, you will be prompted with a level 8 Gray Spider King. Game tip. Kill a Gray Spider King and get a black iron treasure chest +1. I actually got a black iron treasure chest. Call. Chen Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at these treasure boxes, 7 wooden treasure boxes and 1 black iron treasure box. And he killed more than 30 gray spiders. Scattered gray spider corpses and blood were scattered all over the ground. Except for a few gray spiders on the edge, they ran away and the entire gray spider group was wiped out. Certainly, to kill these gray spiders, apart from the fact that they are not as strong as the Maotian gray wolves, the terrain here is also because Chen Yuan is already strong enough. Open the wooden treasure chest. Game tip. Get 500 milliliters mineral water +3. Open them all one by one. Game tip. Get seasoning package +5. Game tip. Get flint and steel +2. Game tip. Get 800 grams long bread +2. Game tips. Get. Back and forth, I got a lot of things, which basically supplemented my daily necessities, and my own conditions became better. Then he opened the only black iron treasure box. Game tips. Get gold +3. There is gold. And it's 3 yuan. This is something Chen Yuan never thought about. He thought that gold must be at least in the bronze treasure chest, but obviously not. This shows that although gold is more valuable than silver and is rarer, it is far from reaching the level of obsidian and upgrade stones. He can get obsidian in the bronze treasure chest. It is normal for Chen Yuan to get gold in the black iron treasure chest. Get 3 pieces of gold. Irregular shape, with gold spots on the surface, just like newly mined gold ore that has not been smelted. Looking at it this way, the only materials left to upgrade the cabin are agarwood and upgrade stones. It's getting closer. Chen Yuan was in a good mood. Everything is put into the warehouse. In addition to the black iron box, several other wooden boxes were also decomposed one by one, obtaining wood +1/4. Then, continue in the direction of Lake Mountain. The back mountain on the right is shorter and has reached the back, so it is impossible to see the situation on the other side of the lake. However, Chen Yuan didn't want to go to the lake to have a look. Between the lake and the valley, there are at least 6 or 7 mountains that can be viewed. This can still be done while staying away from the lake statue. Ahead, the scent comes. From the location point of view, this is the north of the gray fir forest. When Chen Yuan went to the east of the mountain on the other side of the lake. In the mountains and forests, more fragrances came. It's medicinal. Chen Yuan stared at the past. Gujingsao. A kind of mountain herbal medicine, cold in nature, it has the effect of dispelling wind and heat, improving eyesight and reducing nebula. Taking it for a long time can improve vision. Anamarina. A type of herbal medicine from the mountains, cold in nature, moisturizing lung dryness, clearing away heat and detoxifying, combined with cones, it can cure heat stroke. Huian. A kind of herbal medicine from the mountains. It is neutral. Do not take it easily as it will cause hallucinations. Snake root. A kind of mountain herbal medicine, neutral, one of the important materials for making healing medicine, it is recommended to pick it. What caught Chen Yuan's eyes was a large medicinal field. Chapter 21. Of course, I need herbs. Although I don't have a prescription yet, there are so many herbs, and each one has its own value. Chen Yuan glanced at the game warehouse. There were only 10 spaces left. So, he took out the black iron box from the warehouse. The warehouse and the box can hold as much as they can. First, put the box. Game tips. Gujingsao plus 10. Game tips. Shancho plus 10. Game tips. Zimu plus 10. There are 7 or 8 kinds of herbs in the whole medicinal field. Each of them is in large quantities. Because of their small size, 50 units are equivalent to one warehouse grid, which is far less efficient than the black iron box. Collect along the way. Chen Yuan turned into a lawnmower and harvested frantically. The system prompts also sounded frantically. After a while, the box was full. The black iron box is about 40 centimeters long, wide and high, and the number of herbs already contained in it is at least 600. Like Gujingsao, each one is like mouse shit. 100 grains do not even take up a fist-sized space. Cotinopsis pilosula, Rhizoma anamarine, Rhizoma sabati, etc., which are small in size, are placed in the black iron box first, and then snake roots, dogtail grass, etc. are placed on top. When the black iron box is full, close the box. Finally, some larger herbs are stored in the warehouse one by one. Game tips. Kui and plus 10. Game tips. Kui and plus 10. Whoosh. Chen Yuan's feet and hands are full of wind. Like a hard-working little bee. Finally, another half an hour passed. Chen Yuan rubbed his waist and finished picking. Lifted up. At this time, Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly fixed. I saw some movement in a bush dozens of meters ahead. Then, several hyenas, which were smaller than gray wolves and covered with brown hair, came out of the bush. When they saw me, they were stunned at first, then they bared their teeth and pressed forward. Maoshan hyena. A wild beast living in Maoshan, level 9. You took away their favorite Kuian, and they have a strong grudge against you. Closing square bracket. Chen Yuan had been on guard against this unprovoked medicinal field. I just didn't expect you to come so late. I came after I finished harvesting. By the way, why do you look so familiar? Are they the ones over there on the lake? Chen Yuan was not sure, but these hyenas did look familiar, and they all came from that direction. If that was the case, then kill them, and there will be fewer enemies on the lake side. Woo woo woo. The hyena moaned in pain. Very uncomfortable. Chen Yuan didn't know why they loved to eat kuian, a small wild fruit-like herb, but he had already taken up his fighting posture. Woo. Suddenly, the hyenas dispersed in different directions, then accelerated and rushed towards Chen Yuan. Attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 4 hyenas, scattered in 4 different directions and attacked Chen Yuan. Perhaps, they also realized that Chen Yuan was difficult to deal with, and the attack was launched almost at the same time. The biggest characteristics of hyenas are flexibility, strong teamwork ability, sharp and fierce teeth, and strong fighting will. Even if it is an elephant, a group of hyenas dare to rush up. But, Chen Yuan, holding an iron axe, has become a greater threat than an elephant after the actual battle just now. Hyenas are flexible. He is more flexible. Puff. His body moved and went straight up, and the iron axe in his hand swept the silver light and directly wiped out the hyena that was approaching in front. Blood was dripping. The hyena's neck was smeared. His feet became unstable and he immediately fell to the ground. Then he twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Game tip. Kill a Maoshan hyena and get a black iron treasure chest +1. Then, the second head. The third head. The mountain hyena is higher than the gray spider in terms of level. But Chen Yuan seemed to be easier to deal with. This is the improvement of actual combat capabilities. Actual combat has given Chen Yuan experience, making his shots more decisive, his angles more tricky, and his skills more refined. The will is also more determined. Call. The fourth hyena was the slowest one. It only attacked a few times, but when it failed, it found that its other partners were killed in the blink of an eye. The instinct is to run away. But with the support of Chen Yuan's outstanding combat boots, he was like a gust of wind, catching up to the hyena's side and raising the axe in his hand. Phew! The hyena was killed before it even had time to make a sound. Game tip. Kill a Maotian hyena and get a wooden treasure chest +1. 4 hyenas. Drops 2 boxes and a black iron chest. More effective than Gray Spider. Take care first. There was no time to check, so he put the 2 boxes into the warehouse. Break down the hyena. The wind direction is towards the valley, so the smell of blood will not spread to the lake. Game tips. Hyena raw meat +70. Game tips. Hyena teeth +4. Game tip. Hyena fur +4. A full hour and a half. Chen Yuan finally finished decomposing it. This was despite the fact that Chen Yuan's strength and axe skills were far beyond those of ordinary people. If it had been anyone else, it would have taken a whole day. As for the hyena blood, it was of no use, so Chen Yuan just threw it away. Leave. Been here too long. Chen Yuan carried the black iron box filled with medicinal materials and left carefully. He stayed in the fir forest where Gray Spider lived for a while to hide all the smell on his body before returning to the valley. And at this time, the time has reached 12 noon. Breaking down the hyena meat and gathering herbs took a lot of time. But something that made Chen Yuan melancholy also happened. Although hyena meat, like wolf meat, can be stored in a warehouse, the preservation effect will deteriorate over time. 70 pieces of raw hyena meat. Enough to feed him for a month or 2. I'm afraid it will all turn bad by then. What to do? Otherwise, sell it. Chen Yuan thought and shook his head. Forget it, let's take a look at what's in those 2 boxes first. Take out the box. Open the wooden box first. Game tip. Get excellent tableware, set +1. A set of exquisite tableware appeared in front of Chen Yuan. There are 3 bowls, 2 plates, a knife, a fork, a pair of chopsticks, and a spoon. Compared with those shoddily produced in the manufacturing column, it is much higher. Not bad. Open the iron box again. Game tip. Obtain the long-lost Book of Cooking God, Volume 1 +1. The God of Cooking Book, Volume 1. What the hell? Learn first and then talk. Game tips. Study The God of Cooking Book, Volume 1 successfully. The God of Cooking Book. The lifelong cooking skills, secret recipes, and unparalleled cooking skills of the chef in the world of survival are all in it. The God of Cooking Book is divided into 3 volumes and a special edition. Even the first volume will make you laugh. You have superb cooking skills, and the Book of the God of Cooking can be revealed in the iron box. You are really lucky, and you are possessed by the European God. There was a pain in my mind. Then, countless cooking skills came to mind. Among them, Chen Yuan may have thought about how to process these hyena meats before, and some skills of smoking, curing, and air-drying meat suddenly emerged, with a total of 36 types. 36 ways to process fresh raw meat. This made Chen Yuan very happy. If it is not processed, the fresh raw meat will deteriorate, which is equivalent to a waste. And if it is processed, roasting, stewing, smoking, pickling, air-drying, the taste buds and choices will become truly rich. So, according to his own existing conditions, Chen Yuan looked through the 36 methods of smoking, pickling, and air-drying meat one by one and screened them. See which one is more suitable for him and more convenient to make. When Chen Yuan was watching these, the World Channel was still as lively as ever. Hey, you all got treasure chests one after another, why didn't I get any? Me neither. Based on the situation of everyone getting treasure chests, I have summarized 2 experiences. One is that there are treasure chests in some special places, the other is that treasure chests will drop from wild beasts. How do they drop? You can kill them, or you can drive them away. Of course, the probability of getting treasure chests is much lower if you drive them away. Did the guy who drove away the great white shark get a treasure chest? And the guy who drove away the scorpion also got one. Let me add that there is also a probability problem of killing and dropping. Sometimes there will be no treasure chest, or the probability of no treasure chest is higher. So, the beast has been killed upstairs. I want to kill it too, but the conditions do not allow it. I have a group of red fire ants. How about fighting with them and seeing? Red fire ants rich protein, beating, leaving them all corpses. I have a beast here, a unicorn, but it is too powerful, I can't beat it at all. They were all injured. I also said Fengliang, saying that you heard it so awkward. According to my experience, people who died once would speak with this tone. There are obvious people who get the treasure chest today. It is normal to get injured during this period. Many people have discovered that. Today, the number of people displayed on the World Channel suddenly decreased a lot, from 5.2 billion to 5 billion in 3 days. And today, in one morning, the number of people became 4.8 billion. Danger and death. It seems to have begun to break out on a large scale. At this time, in the cabin, Chen Yuan is still studying his smoked meat, pickled meat, air-dried meat. Finally, according to the existing conditions, Chen Yuan decided to make a kind of air-dried meat called secret sauce tuna leaf. There are also alternatives for smoked meat and pickled meat. But pickled meat still needs to be cooked. Smoked meat takes a long time. Air-dried meat is more direct, and the secret sauce tuna leaf air-dried meat can be eaten directly in 5 days. Start working. Secret sauce tuna leaf air-dried meat requires a lot of ingredients, so Chen Yuan went directly to the trading channel to trade. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Trading item. 500 milliliters boiled water. Requirement. Salt plus 20. Inventory. 1, he has salt, but it's obviously not enough, so he puts salt on it first. Then, it's the Chinese tuna leaf. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Trading item. 500 milliliters boiled water. Requirement. Chinese tuna leaf plus 20. Inventory. 1, like the price of salt, tuna leaves are the leaves of a tree that mix perfectly with the meaty aroma of air-dried meat. It is the key to the whole secret sauce tuna leaf air-dried meat. Certainly, the secret sauce is the core. The whole air-dried meat with secret sauce and tuna leaves, the secret sauce is the key to making the air-dried meat have a texture that melts your taste buds. The secret sauce requires more ingredients. Seasoning sauce and soybeans are the base, along with fennel, pepper, star anise, nutmeg, amomum villosum, cuian, and a little sugar. There are many in Kuian and Chen Yuan. For star anise, shancho can also be used instead. But, try to keep it as authentic as possible. Therefore, Chen Yuan hung them up one by one. Except for the seasoning sauce which had 20 units, the others had more units of 10 units and the smaller ones had 5 units. All transactions are open with Liangbai. So, Chen Yuan started busy boiling water again. The water is always backed up, but such a wave of transactions is definitely not enough, and 3,000 milliliters of water is directly boiled. Water purification area. 5 water purifiers can purify 25 liters of water every day. Over the past 2 days, more than 50 L have been purified. Although Chen Yuan has been trading and using it himself, he still has nearly 30 L of inventory. Trade. Crazy deal. This water is still valuable now, but its transaction value will become less in a few days. While its trading value is still high, trade like crazy. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Trading item. 100 milliliters Liangbaikai. Requirements. 1 iron block, copper block. Inventory. 10. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Trading item. 300 milliliters cold white open. Requirement. A piece of silver. Inventory. 10. Seller. Chen 24.182 yuan. Trading item. 800 milliliters cold white open. Requirement. A piece of gold. Inventory. 5. Moreover, Chen Yuan also engaged in the transaction of agarwood and upgrade stones. Agarwood and upgrade stones, successful 24-hour transactions will receive an extra piece of hyena meat in addition to 1,500 milliliters of water. It can be said to be full of sincerity. Chen Yuan's transaction information immediately caused another sensation. Boss Chen definitely has a water purifier. Perhaps the treasure chest dropped a blueprint and made a water purifier, so that there would be such clean and purified water, right? Last time we traded raw wolf meat, and this time it's hyena meat. It's really amazing. I feel like Mr. Chen's dealing with these beasts is like me dealing with fire ants. Salt, fennel, pepper, star anise, nutmeg. Mr. Chen wants these. It seems he is no longer satisfied with simply eating meat. Uori, I thought I was pretty good, already better than most people, but when compared with Mr. Chen, I feel like a beggar. Don't tell me, I'm not even qualified to beg for food. It's really uncomfortable. What are agarwood and upgrade stones? They won't be needed for the next stage of upgrading the cabin, right? I don't know. I just restored the cabin yesterday. There are a lot of things missing for the upgrade now. Who has Bai-Ling wood? Taking advantage of Mr. Chen's popularity, please trade Bai-Ling wood. I beg you, take advantage of Mr. Chen's popularity and ask for a Bai-Ling mu. And this time, Chen Yuan's deals have been concluded one after another. The seasonings needed for the secret sauce tuna leaf air-dried meat, as well as iron, copper and even silver, prompts that the transaction information was completed came one after another. The level of transaction demand for Liangbaikai is still higher than Chen Yuan expected for some people. Game tips. Nutmeg plus 5. Game tips. 200 milliliters Liangbaikai 1. When the transaction is completed, Chen Yuan needs the secret sauce tune leaf air-dried meat ingredients, salt, tune leaves, seasoning sauce, soybeans, fennel, pepper, star anise, nutmeg, amomum villosum, cuian, and a little sugar. All complete. Next is the beginning of the secret recipe. Air-dried meat with secret sauce and tune leaves. 3 steps are required. The first step is to marinate. 10 minutes later. 2 large wooden basins and 1 small wooden basin appeared on the left side of the cabin, inside the fence. In the large wooden basin, there is hyena meat cut into long strips. In the small wooden basin, there was raw wolf meat cut into long strips. Add appropriate amount of salt. Add some tune leaves and fennel. Stir. Stir constantly. For ordinary pickling, just add salt. Tune leaves and fennel are added to the secret sauce tune leaf air-dried meat. The aroma of meat and tuna leaves can be perfectly blended. Fennel is the key to the fusion of their flavors. After mixing is complete, cover it with a large wooden board and the marinating begins. Just wait until tomorrow morning. Stir in the prepared secret sauce, and then let it sit for a day and night before proceeding to the third step of air drying. So, after finishing these tasks, Chen Yuan began to prepare the secret sauce. The preparation of the secret sauce is very simple. Certainly, this is for him. Add the remaining tune leaves, fennel, seasoning paste, soybeans, pepper, star anise, nutmeg, amomum villosum, cuian, and a little sugar. Amount of each ingredient. Proportion. Even the order and intensity of stirring have higher requirements. He also studied the God of Cooking book perfectly, and this knowledge seemed to be engraved in his mind. Chen Yuan was very serious about every step. I thought that I would be able to eat air-dried pork with secret sauce tune leaves later. Whether it is eaten dry, lightly roasted, boiled, or even served cold, it will taste great. Chen Yuan was looking forward to it. Wait until these are done. Chen Yuan went to the stone area again, placed the wooden spikes around the wooden meat basin outside the house, and made 2 additional stone spikes. Although the possibility of a wild beast breaking in is low, it is still necessary to be just in case. These are finally done. Chen Yuan returned to the wooden house and started preparing lunch. At this time, a private message was sent. First it was from Lu Yang. Idle, someone is trading the agarwood you need, come and take a look. Then, Lu Xiaoya also sent a message. Brother Chen, I saw someone auctioning agarwood on the auction channel. Do you want to take a look? Trading channel search. No. Searching the auction channel. Someone is indeed auctioning. It was just issued. Idle. On the auction channel. I just got excited. Chen Yuan. The agarwood auction channel is very lively. The auctioneer auctioned 5 agarwood sticks. What is needed is a healing potion. Someone actually has agarwood. Awesome. This must be a master, right? I remember that Mr. Chen has trading needs. Is it agarwood? The other party asked for healing medicine. Who has it? This thing is rarer than pure water and raw meat. It is the key to saving life. Who knows how to trade it? Yes, if there is an urgent need for agarwood. I just don't know what kind of healing medicine this guy wants. Can ordinary healing medicine work? Someone should have ordinary healing medicine. This guy is in urgent need of this. He set the auction time for 10 minutes. Isn't he injured? Chirping discussion. And as time goes by, more and more people are coming in. I just want to see if Mr. Chen can shoot this. Yes, agarwood is too far away from our generation. Boss Chen is willing to offer 1,500 milliliters of water and a piece of raw hyena meat. I wonder if he has any healing potion. I came to observe the big guys from all walks of life, because the World Channel exploded. They said that agarwood is the key material for upgrading the cabin to LV3. It's a pity that we are still far from LV2, but some people are already on the road to upgrading the cabin to LV3. There are still masters. After all, there are 5 billion people. How can there not be a few truly powerful people? This is only the 4th day of the game. If it takes a few more days, won't the gap get bigger and bigger? It hurts. I shouldn't be here. Brother Wilt, are you there? Are you there? There are too many people in the channel. It has almost grown to a terrifying level. It can be said that most of them are not here for agarwood, but to worship the big guys. Among them, Chen Yuan is the most. Brother Chen, have you arrived? Idle, idle. Chen Yuan replied to them, I'm here. Lu Xiaoya felt that the name of Brother Chen was too stiff before, so she changed Chen Yuan to Brother Chen. This name really seemed more intimate. After learning that Chen Yuan had arrived, Lu Yong said, okay, idle, I don't know what he was busy with. Lu Xiaoya was a little worried. Brother Chen, do you have healing medicine? This guy just wants healing medicine. Of course Chen Yuan has healing medicine. However, Chen Yuan was looking at the name of the auctioneer. Li Cheng 32.176. It's whiteling wood and agarwood. Does Li Cheng have a lot of good wood? It's just that these things are rarer than one another. Li Cheng is looking for healing medicine. Isn't he injured? Chen Yuan guessed in his heart. At this time, the entire auction channel was boiling again. It turned out that a man named Wilt floated on the screen. Oriental, I want your things. Floating speakers purchased on the World Channel, regional channels, and auction rooms can all be used. There is a floating screen effect. When Wilt came, he seemed to bring some younger brothers with him. They spoke one after another. Once Brother Wilt comes, this thing is almost certain. Yes, Brother Wilt is a celebrity in our West, a 3-time Amazon survival competition champion. He is also a former member of the British Royal Special Forces. Brother Wilt is the chosen son of this game. Chosen son. Chen Yuan smiled. He is the chosen son, so what is he? Since it is an auction, it must be participated by the big guys from all sides, and many people ranked first in the channel have come. Among them, some people began to make moves. This move attracted more people to make moves. At this time, Chen Yuan suddenly received a private message from Li Cheng. Boss Chen, do you need agarwood? Yes. Do you have healing medicine? Yes. Okay. The other side paused, and then said, then I will cancel the auction now. You can change your transaction information and the hyena meat to healing medicine. Do you think it's okay? Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Chen Yuan was confused. Why do you do this? Hee. Li Cheng smiled. The water and food that Bai Lingmu traded with Boss Chen saved my life. Now boss needs agarwood, and I have some. You are the boss in our channel, so of course I won't sell it to others. Then Chen Yuan found that Li Cheng cancelled the transaction. The entire auction room was instantly disbanded. What's going on? What happened? Cancel the auction. Many people were confused, and then someone said as if he had discovered a new world. Over there, in the trading channel, Boss Chen and Li Cheng completed the transaction. The deal is really done. Is this a private deal? Why isn't it a good auction? Why did it suddenly change? Many people were puzzled. Later, someone on the trading floor said that Chen Yuan and Li Cheng were from the same regional channel. It dawned on people. Acquaintance, friend, FXXX. Wilt, who understood all this, deeply remembered Chen Yuan and Li Cheng, and also remembered their regional channel number, EK0086. In front of Chen Yuan, 5 pieces of agarwood are neatly placed. Agarwood, a material used to upgrade the cabin to level 3. If it is made into a large roller, the effect will be very good. Portions are heavy. You can even smell a faint agarwood. In this way, all we need to upgrade the cabin is upgrade stones. Chen Yuan pondered secretly. At this time, Lu Yong and Li Cheng sent messages one after another. Hey, idol, if I hadn't told Li Cheng that you wanted this, he wouldn't have even known. Then there is Li Cheng. Boss Chen, how far have you upgraded your cabin to level 3? Chen Yuan thought for a while and said, "We only need upgrade stones." Li Chang. He silently looked at the materials in his warehouse. He didn't have any obsidian, upgrade stones, gold, silver, or concrete. He didn't have any copper, iron, or stone blocks either. Well, sighing, he applied the healing medicine to the wound on his abdomen. Feeling a faint chill coming from his abdomen, a look of relaxation appeared on his tense face. The effect of the medicine was better than he imagined. Inside the cabin, Chen Yuan drank the broth. After drinking, he took out the 5 hyena furs from the warehouse, washed them cleanly, and hung them by the stove to bake. The weather is getting cold. There is nothing wrong with being prepared for these things. Do these things well. Chen Yuan began to think about his next plan. The only upgrade stone left to upgrade the cabin is the upgrade stone. In any case, getting the upgrade stone is the most important thing. Judging from the materials required, a level 3 cabin should have undergone earth-shaking changes compared to level 2. And the level 3 cabin is equipped with rollers at the bottom and can be moved around. By then, he wouldn't be trapped in the valley. Except for the cabin. I should also establish other material advantages. Chen Yuan's biggest material advantage at present is water. In addition to water, he also has raw meat. It would be great if there were healing medicines. Mass-produced healing medicines will have a very large audience from now on. In addition, treasure chests have begun to appear, and the materials exploded from the treasure chests are also very rich, so you can deal with wild beasts. It may be difficult for others to deal with wild beasts, but for me, a group of wild beasts can be easily dealt with. Chen Yuan thought. At this time, a text prompt suddenly popped up on the game interface. Dear players, good afternoon everyone. Starting from 6 o'clock tonight, personal comprehensive attribute values will be released. Personal comprehensive attribute value is an attribute value that combines many factors such as personal combat power, supplies, cabin status, etc. Generally speaking, the higher the personal comprehensive attribute value, the higher the personal combat power, and the better the survival status in the survival world. Regional rankings are based on personal comprehensive attribute values. At that time, the world ranking will also be opened. After the personal comprehensive attribute value ranking is released, the survivors who are at the top in the world channel and regional rankings will receive additional rewards. Of course, after the personal comprehensive attribute value is released, the game will become more and more difficult. Wish y'all good luck. At 6 p.m., stay tuned. A large wave of text. Appearing over and over again. The entire channel was in an uproar. What's going on? I was exploring outside, and the game text suddenly appeared, which scared me. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the personal comprehensive attribute value will be announced. It turns out that the channel ranking is based on this. I don't know how high Mr. Chen is. The world ranking will also appear. This is interesting. This came too suddenly. If you told me in advance, I would have prepared well to strive for more rankings. What's the use of giving you a few more days? Aren't you still as useless as a chicken? That's right. These days I have been searching for supplies and improving my strength. I am as tired as a dog. If I didn't dare to go out at night, I would work overtime every night. Really, I am still so embarrassed after working so hard. Ranking, and rewards, but it's a pity that it has nothing to do with me. Sorry, I am the 20th boss in the region. I was 28th yesterday. I hope I can go one step further today. Awesome, I envy the 20th boss. Alas, I am ranked more than 8,000 in the channel. I feel that I will be eliminated in the next step. Not only the world channel. The regional channels are all discussing this. They were very much looking forward to how many personal comprehensive attribute values they would have, and were also curious about how many Chen Yuan would have. After all, Chen Yuan's reputation was not only in the region, but also in the entire world channel. However, the game has only been started for a few days, so the difference should not be big, right? I don't know, but Chen Dalao sells water, meat, and healing medicine. Who knows how developed his supplies are? I don't know how far Chen Dalao's LV3 cabin has progressed. Combat power, supplies, and cabin level status all affect the comprehensive attribute value. It seems that I can still work hard before the announcement. What? Cut trees. I have a lot of trees here. chop trees, and then exchange some iron blocks with others, and try to exchange for an iron axe. Quote. Chen Yuan was also looking forward to it. What will the personal comprehensive attribute value be when it is announced at 6 o'clock in the evening? It shouldn't be bad, right? So, while Chen Yuan took the water out for crazy trading, he went to the back mountain for a walk. The back mountain on the left side of the cabin was where Chen Yuan went last time. But he didn't investigate it seriously. This time, we carefully surveyed the area, and although the harvest was not great, we carefully checked the area and found no wild animals. If we start from here to the lake, it will be very safe and unobstructed. On the other side of the lake, mysterious stone statues. There are so many wild animals, there must be good things. When Chen Yuan came back, it was already 5 o'clock, and Chen Yuan took a bath in the stream. Then, he changed into the prepared animal skin clothes and animal skin pants. It was very warm. The stove in the cabin lit up, and it started to snow outside. The snow gradually covered the entire valley. In the cabin, Chen Yuan ate grilled fish and grilled snake meat, drank coffee that had just been ground and filtered, and waited for 6 o'clock to come. Whoosh! Heavy snow fell on the wooden window sill. On the World Channel, everyone held their breath. There were fewer people chatting. 5:57, 5:58, 5:59. The air was so depressing that even Chen Yuan was a little nervous. When the time came to 6 o'clock. Ding! Game tips. Personal comprehensive attribute values are announced, and the world ranking is open. The page changes. Changed. My personal comprehensive attribute value is 35. Too little. I'm only 28. I'm 67. Oh my god, Mr. Chen is ranked first in the world with 1278. This is too scary. The second place is only 346. Wilt 330, ranked 5th. It's scary. There won't be a bug in the system. The top 10 are all over 300. Why is Mr. Chen so close to 1300? This is not a one-dimensional blow at all. In the end, what happened? Ha ha ha, Boss Chen is from our regional channel. He is number 1 in the world in our regional channel. He is full of glory. Now, the comprehensive personal attribute value also popped up in front of Chen Yuan. 1278. The only 4-digit player. After cutting off this page, the world channel page also changes like the regional channel. The chat area on the left shrinks and the world ranking appears on the right. He ranks first in the world with 1278 points. Although Chen Yuan was a little surprised. But I understood it in an instant. His cabin level is now LV2, but he is only one upgrade stone away from LV3, and his personal combat power and physical fitness are among the best in the world. He also has an excellent iron axe technique, an excellent crossbow, armor, and combat skills, boots. There are still so many supplies, just water and raw meat. And there are 5 water purifiers. There are also the Valorant badge, the jetpack, so many herbs, so many crops grown in the indoor greenhouse. There are also little white rabbits of the blood of the queen rabbit that digest obsidian in the livestock pens. There is also a mysterious little tree that prompts. If the little tree continues to grow, I'm afraid its score will be higher. I have learned so much. Think about it this way. The score of 1278 is not high. Brother Chen, you are so awesome. Idol, if you don't agree with others, I will obey you. Boss Chen, congratulations. Lu Xiaoya and 3 others sent messages one after another. All very happy. Chen Yuan replied one by one and closed the world channel. Game prompt. The ranking treasure chest has been distributed. Do you want to open it? 2 boxes. One is ranked number 1 in the world, and the other is ranked number 1 in the region. Open them all. Game tips. Wind elemental crystal +3. Game tip. Fire element crystal +3. Game tips. Wind elemental crystal +1. Game tip. Fire element crystal +1. The world's top-ranked wind element crystal and fire element crystal have 3 each, and the region's top-ranked wind element crystal and fire element crystal have 1 each. Wind element crystal, fire element crystal, what the hell? Chen Yuan took one in each hand. The wind element crystal is about the size of a fist, with a transparent crystal shape and a hint of cyan inside. The fire element crystal is the same as it, with a hint of red inside. Wind elemental crystal. an elemental crystal with wind attributes, it has a wide range of uses. Fire element crystal, an elemental crystal with fire attributes, which has a wide range of uses. As general as Obsidian's introduction. Get 8 elemental crystals. There is no change in the personal comprehensive attribute value. Click to take a look. There is a text introduction below. The personal comprehensive attribute value is updated at 6 o'clock every night. Another update will have to wait until 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Hey, I don't know what the ranking rewards are. Did you say anything? According to what my channel said, it's just a few pieces of silver. He is one of the top 10 bosses on the channel. I just have a few iron blocks. I heard that there is an elemental crystal, a fire elemental crystal. Fire element crystal. What the hell? It must be a high-grade material. I wonder if it can be exploded from the treasure chest. Even if it can be exploded, it will probably require at least a bronze treasure chest, or even a silver-level treasure chest. Then it has nothing to do with us. Ha ha ha, it hurts my heart. If I could have a wooden treasure box, I would be in tears. Stop it, it's going to be another unpleasant night. It's uncomfortable. Turn off the world chat channel. Walking towards the wooden bed. Put 2 pieces of freshly baked animal skins on the bottom and lay on them. The original wolf skin blanket was covered with a hyena blanket. The stove beside me crackled. Very warm. Just ate meat and drank broth and coffee. This little day is still very comfortable. We can go to the lake tomorrow. The weather is so cold. I wonder if those beasts will be easier to deal with. If you encounter a group fight and you really can't defeat it, you can escape with a jetpack. The probability of you being in danger is not high. There is still tomorrow's check-in, and I don't know what will be there. It would be great if there were some pharmaceutical prescriptions. Go to the lake tomorrow and hope to gain something, preferably the last upgrade stone that the wooden house is missing. Chen Yuan thought in his heart. In a daze. And fell asleep. Outside the cabin, the wind howled. No one knew that at this time, a faint mist covering the entire world slowly appeared from the edge of the world. Thereafter, the fog is approaching the mainland, just like a poisonous circle in a chicken game, approaching the mainland. The game has warned that after the personal comprehensive attribute value is revealed, the game will start to become more and more difficult. But among those who focus on world rankings and personal comprehensive attribute values, how many of them have noticed this? The next day, heavy snow covers the entire valley. Even the faint light illuminates the entire valley. Everything as far as the eye can see is a vast expanse of white. I don't know how heavy the snow was in the middle of the night last night. Chen Yuan opened the window and felt refreshed. Move the 3 wooden pots outside the house back into the house. Good thing. The air-dried meat with secret sauce tune leaves is not affected by low temperatures, otherwise it would be troublesome if it was left outside for a night. Spread the secret sauce prepared yesterday evenly on the marinated meat, and spread it evenly on all sides. Then, cover it with wooden boards again. The second step is fine. Just wait for a day and night and then hang it up to dry. Thereafter, Chen Yuan filled the water purifier with water, boiled the water, and prepared food. And water the crops in the indoor greenhouse. All the crops have grown green branches and leaves, especially the rice ears hanging on the rice seedlings are already very big. Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, watermelon. Their crops are growing well. At this time, Chen Yuan was very lucky that he was using excellent black soil. If it was ordinary soil, he didn't know that he would have to wait until the year of the monkey. Go see the little white rabbit again. At this time, the little white rabbit woke up quietly. Name: Wild Virtual Rabbit Female. Current level: Level 13. Talent Bloodline: 3% Bloodline of the Void Rabbit Queen. Passive skill: Devouring ability opened when encountering Special Energy Jade. Active skills: Shadow Claw LV2, damage plus 100%, lasting 6 seconds, Sudden Speed LV2, speed plus 100%, lasting 6 seconds, Crazy Storm Claw LV1, damage plus 200%, lasting 3 seconds. The level has been promoted to level 13. And the blood content of Queen Rabbit has also reached 3%. As for the active skills, they have all been upgraded, and the LV1 Crazy Claws have been added. The changes are bigger than expected. It seems that it is related to the pet animal. The little white rabbit who woke up faintly was very affectionate to Chen Yuan. Woo! It jumped out of the livestock pen and fell into Chen Yuan's arms. The little white rabbit woke up. The game text also popped up. Game tips. The current pet beast has not been named. Do you want to name it? Name. What should I call it? I touched the head of the little white rabbit. The white hair all over its body was as spotless as snow. How about calling me Xiaobai? Game prompt. Naming is successful. The current pet beast is named Xiaobai. Game tips. Xiaobai likes your name very much. Intimacy +1. Current intimacy is 91. Game tip. When the intimacy reaches 95, there is a 50% probability of triggering the main pet bonus during battle. At that time, the combat power of both parties can maintain the 10% bonus for 10 minutes, and the second pet slot will be opened. Intimacy 95. There is a half chance that the strength of both sides will be increased by 10%. And it can also open the second pet pen. Looks good. After this calculation, Obsidian was not at a loss for Xiaobai and fed him some morning food. It was very obedient and went to eat. At this time, the systems check-in for today also arrived. Sign in. Chen Yuan pondered slightly. Congratulations to the host. You got low-level stone crystal +10. Elemental crystal treasure box +1. Stone guard +1. 3 things. Low-level stone crystals. After stones accumulate over time, there is a very small chance that they will become stone crystals. Compared with ordinary stones, they are 10 times stronger and 10 times more solid. They are used to build houses that are indestructible, warm in winter and cool in summer, and can maintain the circulation of elements. Elemental crystal treasure chest. An elemental crystal treasure chest containing various attributes, with a certain probability of releasing good elemental crystals. Stone guard. A loyal guardian who can protect the cabin from infringement and will also launch a counterattack when the cabin is damaged. It's all good stuff. Low-level stone crystals may be an important material for upgrading the cabin to level 4. The stone statue guard can protect the safety within the cabin when he is not around. As for the elemental crystal treasure chest, open it directly. Game tips. Wind elemental crystal +2. Game tip. Fire element crystal +2. Game tips. Water elemental crystal +2. 2 more wind and fire element crystals were added, and 2 more water element crystals were added. 3 categories. I don't know how many types of elemental crystals there are. Chen Yuan made a guess in his mind. Get out of the cabin. Place the stone statue guard directly outside the wooden house door. The 2-meter-tall stone guard weighs several hundred pounds and looks into the distance with an expressionless face. The moment it continued to guard, everything was silent, and some insects and ants moving underground under the heavy snow seemed to have stopped moving. Set off. A few minutes later, when Chen Yuan entered the room and came out again, he was fully armed. It's time to set off for the lake. Squeak. Behind him, Xiaobai came jumping up and down, lying at Chen Yuan's feet, licking him. You want to go too? Aha! Xiaobai kept shouting. Chen Yuan looked at Xiaobai, who was level 13 and had 3% of the blood of Queen Rabbit, and nodded slightly. Okay, let's go. He also wants to know, what is Xiaobai's current fighting strength? Can you deal with a gray wolf alone? Then, in the snowy sky, 1 person and 1 rabbit, one behind the other, headed towards the back mountain. Half an hour later, we climbed over 2 or 3 mountains. Follow the downhill path. Chen Yuan and Xiaobai appeared at the foot of a mountain forest next to the lake, with the lake in front of them. Heavy snow covers the entire area around the lake. Even the edge of the lake is frozen. But, the center of the lake was still sparkling, and the snowflakes had actually stopped for a while. To the naked eye, several gray wolves were drinking water by the lake. But, Chen Yuan's eyes all fell on the huge stone statue. The stone statue was too big, at least 30 meters high. In the original world, it would be 8 or 9 stories high. The stone statue is majestic. Although it is incomplete, it has endless majesty and temperament. Before, Chen Yuan thought that the stone statue was a combination of human and animal statues, but now he was even more sure that it was a werewolf. The werewolf's left arm was missing, even to the head. His right arm holds a huge mace. It has a fierce face, sharp fangs, glaring pupils, and only half of its tail is left. There seemed to be chains wrapped around his body. Abominable. Terrible. But Chen Yuan's eyes completely fell on the box that exuded a light golden luster on the base of the stone statue. Golden treasure chest. Although he had never seen it before, an intuition told him. That's the golden treasure chest. Xiaobai, if you see the treasure box, that is our goal. Chen Yuan said to Xiaobai with hot eyes. Xiaobai nodded in a very humane manner, but his eyes seemed to understand. Of course Chen Yuan was not counting on Xiaobai. Just an extra layer of insurance. Call. The jetpack was taken directly from the warehouse and carried on the body. The iron axe is pinned to his waist, and he is holding an excellent crossbow in his hand, and the crossbow arrows are already in the ammunition slot. Set off. One person and one rabbit, swaggering out of the forest. In fact, there is no cover on the edge of the lake to hide the figure. Distance. The wolves spotted Chen Yuan immediately, and immediately showed a fierce look in their eyes and rushed towards Chen Yuan. They have regarded Chen Yuan as prey. Chen Yuan is faster. Call out. The arrow in the crossbow shot out of the air and directly hit the wolf at the front, sending it flying away. Blood dyed the snow red. Game tips. Wooden treasure chest +1. Ouch. The wolf was killed, which immediately caused the wolves to howl. The howl resounded throughout the lake, and there seemed to be a roar in the distance. Kill. At this moment, Chen Yuan didn't hesitate anymore. Place 3 arrows in the ammunition slot and activate the 3-arrow salvo mode. Phew. 2 arrows hit, and although the 3rd arrow missed, Xiaobai quickly ran out, his claws rising up, causing a wave of blood. Phew. The gray wolf that managed to dodge was scratched several times by Xiaobai, until blood started to pour from his body, and he collapsed on the snow because of his physical strength. So strong. Chen Yuan was a little surprised. Amidst the roaring sound of galloping in the distance, dozens of gray wolves swooped in, kicking up waves of snow and dust. Game tips. Level 13 Mushan gray wolves are enraged. Be careful of their sharp claws and fangs. Game tips. Although the other beasts in Maoshan Lake cannot deal with the wolves, they are very exclusive and they will also join the fight. Game tip. There will be dangers in the lake, so try to stay away from the lake to prevent a sneak attack. Alerts are ringing. Maoshan Lake. Wolves. Other beasts. Underwater creatures. Bring it on. At this moment, Chen Yuan faced the fierce pack of wolves, and the blood in his body seemed to boil. The strong crossbow was stored in the warehouse, and the iron axe fell into the hand. Kill. Chen Yuan accelerated and rushed out. Beside him, Xiaobai saw the wolves charging towards him with great momentum. He was instinctively startled and wanted to escape. But when it saw Chen Yuan rushing out with a fearless expression, it knew that its master was going to deal with this pack of wolves. Squeak. It also bared its teeth in a feint of ferocity, followed behind Chen Yuan, and even rushed out faster than Chen Yuan at one point. Boom. One person and one rabbit encounter the majestic wolves. Snow dust rose into the sky. Fighting broke out. The battle begins. Game tips. Wooden treasure chest +1. Game tips. Wooden treasure chest +1. Game tips. Black iron treasure chest +1. Chen Yuan discovered that not only the gray wolf he killed had treasure chests dropped, but also those killed by Xiaobai, and they all belonged to him. But there were too many wolves. At first, Chen Yuan only saw about 30 gray wolves, but now, densely packed gray wolves are around him. There are at least 60 or 70 of them. And other hyena groups and buffalo groups also joined in. No, it's too difficult to continue like this. If you don't have enough strength, you will risk getting injured, not to mention Xiaobai can't bear it. Chen Yuan's eyes were dark. He instantly locked onto the leader outside the wolf pack, the Gray Wolf King, who was one size larger than the other gray wolves and existed like a giant lion. Capture the thief first and capture the king. Kill it first. Excellent combat boots are under your feet, accelerating. The speed increases again. Several gray wolves that surrounded Chen Yuan were easily killed by Chen Yuan. Gray Wolf King. Level 16, leader of the Maoshan Gray Wolf Pack, blessed by the werewolf statue, attack and defense increased by 30%. The game prompt came. The average gray wolf is level 13, which is 2 levels higher than the hyena. The Gray Wolf King directly reaches level 16. And blessed by a werewolf statue. It's not easy to deal with. However, today either you die or I die. The brave and fearless badge was placed directly on his chest. Chen Yuan felt a surge of power throughout his body and his speed increased again. Brave and Fearless badge. When used, there is a 20% bonus to combat power for 10 minutes. 7 or 8 gray wolves swarmed up. Chen Yuan holds the iron axe in his hand and has no reservations about his axe skills. Hack, cut, carry, pull. Even with the gray wolf's good defense and thick hair, it was unable to withstand Chen Yuan's ferocity. 7 or 8 gray wolves all fell to the ground in a moment. During this period, another treasure chest dropped. At this time, Chen Yuan was less than 5 meters away from the Gray Wolf King. Ouch! The Gray Wolf King looked at Chen Yuan, the hair on his body stood up, howled, and finally rushed towards him. Attack launched. And as it attacks, other little gray wolves also joined the siege. Squeak! Over there, Xiaobai was also surrounded by a group of gray wolves. At level 13, he was actually stronger than these gray wolves. But due to long-term fighting, a lot of physical strength has been exhausted. Stab. Finally, outnumbered, a gray wolf left paw prints on its body. But this time, Xiaobai's crazy violent claws lasted for 3 seconds. In a series of claw shadows, several gray wolves were instantly blasted away. Chen Yuan, who secretly paid attention to Xiaobai, breathed a sigh of relief. But the danger is not over yet. If I don't solve you, trouble will always be there. Chen Yuan rushed directly with the iron axe in his hand. The Gray Wolf King pounced directly. Boom! The Gray Wolf King is huge and much stronger than ordinary gray wolves. It is also blessed by a werewolf statue, which increases its attack and defense by 30%. One blow. Chen Yuan's arms went numb and he stepped back a few meters, leaving a deep scratch on the ground. But a smile appeared on the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth. Oh, ouch. The Gray Wolf King let out a low groan of pain. It looked at its right paw, already dripping with blood. The excellent iron axe is several times sharper than an ordinary iron axe. Even if it is faced with the sharp wolf claws of the Gray Wolf King at level 16 with an attack and defense bonus, it still has the upper hand. Chen Feng also secretly rejoiced. This is an excellent iron axe, not an ordinary iron axe. Otherwise, how could it have such an effect? But head-on confrontation obviously won't work. Then, shaking his numb arms, Chen Yuan's body became more flexible and his speed was pushed to the extreme under the full acceleration of the excellent combat boots. Phew! The Gray Wolf King was hit hard on the back by Chen Yuan. The Gray Wolf King is very strong and has high defense, but he is bulky and not flexible enough. Chen Yuan grasped this point. Phew! Then its belly again. Left leg. During this period, they easily killed a few little gray wolves. Ouch! The Gray Wolf King let out a cry of pain and unwillingness. It didn't expect that the human in front of it was so cunning, but Chen Yuan was so flexible that it couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Yuan's clothes. Phew! Phew! In this way, again and again, the Gray Wolf King, who was thick-skinned and blessed by a werewolf, was hit by Chen Yuan 7 or 8 times. Fortunately, it is level 16 and has the werewolf blessing. An ordinary gray wolf would have fallen long ago. Distance. The bison and hyena herds had arrived a long time ago, and they looked at the agile figure playing with the Gray Wolf King in the middle of the snow. There was fear in his eyes. Humanity. Terrible. And this time, call. Chen Yuan used the jetpack again, and his whole body was suspended in midair under the powerful jet from the backpack. The crossbow reappeared in his hand. Activate the 3-arrow salvo mode. Whoosh! The 3 arrows cut through the sky like meteors, directly hitting the Gray Wolf King's blood-covered body and piercing deeply. Oh, ow! The Gray Wolf King, who originally wanted to struggle, only let out a low groan of pain, and finally fell down with blood bleeding from his mouth. The patch of snow beneath its feet quickly turned red. No more breath. Game tips. Kill a Gray Wolf King and get a bronze treasure box +1. Game tip. Although wolf blood has little effect on you, Wolf King blood still has some effects, please collect it as soon as possible. The game sent a prompt. Chen Yuan fell directly to the ground. Although he didn't bleed, he was stained with wolf blood. With such an appearance, he killed the most powerful Gray Wolf King, which frightened and shocked the wolf pups even more. Ouch, ouch! The remaining wolves no longer dared to move forward, they retreated step by step. Those strong bison also showed timidity. The hyenas left quietly. Chen Yuan didn't care about their departure. Taking a deep breath, he made an iron basin on the spot and wiped the Grey Wolf King's neck, causing blood to gush out. Although the Grey Wolf King had lost a lot of blood before, there was more left. The big iron basin was directly connected to the basin. Chen Yuan took several big sips and drank to his heart's content. In vivo, the familiar heat rises again and then flows through the body. With each flow, the feeling of muscle reorganization appears again. Although it is painful, my strength, physique, strength of muscles and bones. Everything is improving. Finally, the heat has dissipated. Chen Yuan knew that Grey Wolf's blood would no longer have any effect, but there was still a lot of progress this time. 30% improvement. You know, with his current physical fitness, it is still easy to deal with a dozen ordinary people even with bare hands. 30% improvement. If you face the Grey Wolf King again and the damage is higher, maybe you won't have to worry so much. The time when Chen Yuan absorbed the effects of wolf blood. The wolves are still far away. It wasn't until he rushed out with a single stride that they suddenly retreated and plunged into the distant forest. Xiao Bai is already by his side. When Chen Yuan drank wolf blood, it was always by his side, waiting silently. But there is a scar on it. His eyes also showed some tiredness. Chen Yuan couldn't bear it. Do not move. He leaned down, touched its head, took out the only healing medicine, and carefully applied it on Xiao Bai's wound. Although Xiao Bai was in pain, he still endured it. Finally, after the healing medicine was applied, the little rabbit felt better. You stay here obediently, I'll go take a look at the trophies. Touching Xiao Bai's head again, Chen Yuan put all the treasure boxes into the warehouse. Then, he turned around and walked toward the golden treasure chest that was still glowing with a faint golden light on the stone base of the stone statue in the distance. Game tip. Although a damaged gold treasure chest is not as valuable as an intact gold treasure chest, it is still more valuable than an ordinary silver treasure chest. Looking at the treasure box in front of him, Chen Yuan was slightly surprised. It's actually damaged. The stone statue is damaged, and the treasure chest is also damaged. Open. Chen Yuan's heart moved. Game tip. Get primary obsidian +2. Game tip. Get primary upgrade stone +2. Game tip. Get a copy of the perfect werewolf fighting skills incomplete. 3 things. Not to mention obsidian. The werewolf's fighting skills are incomplete but perfect. As for upgrade stones, elementary upgrade stone, an energy stone used to upgrade cabins, and can be used to upgrade some specific objects. Chen Yuan immediately thought of the brave and fearless badge. It can be upgraded, and to upgrade, in addition to upgrade stones, you also need souls. Soul. Chen Yuan pondered slightly. Put the badge into the warehouse. He directly learned the incomplete and perfect werewolf fighting skills. Incomplete and perfect werewolf fighting skills. Although it is incomplete, with a little practice, your fighting skills can be greatly improved. Not bad. Very rewarding. He came to Xiao Bai again and held him in his arms. Xiao Bai's wound was on his hind leg, making it difficult for him to move. Now that you have the upgrade stone, it's time to go back. As for the wolf meat, once Xiao Bai is returned safely, the cabin will start to be upgraded. Upgrading will take time. I took advantage of this opportunity to come back and collect it. Wolf meat needs to be broken down. It takes a lot of effort again. Therefore, Chen Yuan, who was holding Xiao Bai in his arms, scanned the treasure chest again and found no missing treasures. He took back a few arrows and walked towards the valley. After Chen Yuan left, a moment passed and another moment passed. The wolves finally slowly appeared again. At this time, there were also several underwater creatures in the lake, wagging their tails and climbing onto the shore. They looked greedily at the gray wolf's body. When the wolves saw this, they immediately rushed forward in a swarm. They are natural enemies, dislike each other, and are tempted by delicious food. Boom! On the calm lakeside, a fierce battle broke out again. The battle was tragic. And at this time, Chen Yuan returned to the cabin and put Xiao Bai back into the livestock pen. Get it some food. It fell asleep quietly. Chen Yuan looked at the cabin. Cottage. Current level LV2. Materials required for upgrade. Wood 250 200ths, stone 250 100ths, sand 50-50, concrete 50-50, iron block 30 15ths, copper block 25 15ths, silver 8 5ths. Gold 3/3, agarwood 5/5, primary upgrade stone 2/1, primary obsidian 3/1. Do you want to upgrade? Note: making 4 tool hammers before upgrading the cabin will greatly improve its upgrade efficiency. Tool hammer. Chen Yuan then built 4 tool hammers. Thereafter, upgrade. In a burst of white light, all the materials consumed for upgrading disappeared, and at the same time, 4 tool hammers began to automatically beat around the cabin. Dang dang dang. Chen Yuan didn't know how long it would take to upgrade. Then, he ate bread and wild fruits and returned to the lake again. When I arrived, I was really surprised. Another fierce fight broke out on the edge of the lake. But wait until Chen Yuan approaches. Those gray wolves ran faster than rabbits, and Chen Yuan could see clearly the creatures in the water, which were several green long-tailed crocodiles. They also fled in panic. Am I that scary? Near the base of the statue. This is just great. Not only were there more corpses of gray wolves, but there were also 3 or 4 corpses of crocodiles on the shore. Chen Yuan took out his axe and decomposed it directly. Game tips. Wolf King meat plus 2-0. Game tip. Raw crocodile meat plus 2-0. Game tips. Wolf King fur plus 1. Game tips. Crocodile skin armor plus 1. Game tip. Ordinary gray wolf meat plus 8-0. For a whole morning and an afternoon, Chen Yuan ate whatever he wanted when he was hungry at noon and collected too many things. The warehouse is filled to the brim with it. It collected all the wolf meat that was basically intact. As for some raw wolf meat and crocodile meat that were poorly placed, they could not be loaded and were directly linked to the trading channel by Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't expect to make much money from these raw wolf meat and crocodile meat. They are all exchanged for 10 units of iron or copper blocks, or 5 high-quality beef tendons, 3 pieces of silver, and 1 piece of gold. Or exchange it for something else. The whole channel was abuzz. Oh my god, Mr. Chen is trading like crazy again. Wolf meat, crocodile meat, wolf meat, crocodile meat. Can Mr. Chen even kill crocodiles? It's scary. How many copies have been sold? One standard weight is 2 pounds. How many dozen copies has Mr. Chen sold? Oh my god, isn't it too generous? It's pitiful. Think about us. Forget it if we don't have enough to eat or drink. Mr. Chen has so much raw meat that he can't sell all of it. What a gap, what a gap. He must still have hundreds of pieces of raw meat in his collection. Aren't you afraid of mold? It's true. Many people discussed. Some people in need were even more anxious to take pictures. In this way, deals were concluded one after another. The transaction speed was faster than Chen Yuan imagined. Chen Yuan guessed that it might be because everyone got treasure boxes and collected supplies one after another, and the price he sold them was not expensive. It's really scary, this Kyushu native. Mad, Wilt, I'm not convinced. Who is this guy? Hey, the attribute values will be updated again tonight. I don't know how high this Easterner will be. Hurry up and upgrade the cabin. Only after upgrading can we start from the next level. This time, thanks to Mr. Yan, he got the communication device and pulled us into a group chat, but there can only be 10 people. I also have brothers who want to join in. Have no idea. Someone named Yan Tianbao in the group chat said, my thing is still damaged and needs a soul to repair it. Do any of you have a soul? Soul, what the hell? I do not know. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's discuss the upgrading of the cabin. Whoever has extra supplies can trade with each other. We can't be pulled too far by Mr. Chen. He is fighting alone. We can quickly narrow the gap by joining forces. Chen Yuan didn't know. Due to his strength, several people in the top 10 in the world have joined forces, just to learn from each other's strengths and narrow the gap with him. And at this time, he has returned to the valley. The 4 hammers that automatically hit the cabin had stopped working and landed at the door. And the cabin. It is really inappropriate to describe it as a wooden house. The small building, which is 3 stories high, is partly made of wood and partly made of stone. Indestructible. The area occupied is several times the original size. There is no wall outside anymore, because there is a heavy iron gate outside the gate of the small building. There is a key on the iron gate. The stone statue guard is 3 meters outside the gate. Chen Yuan approached. As soon as the key was turned, the iron door opened. The wooden door inside also had a lock with the same key. Chen Yuan opened it again. Squeak. Xiaobai jumped and fell into Chen Yuan's arms. Are you awake? Looking at Xiaobai, who was completely intact, Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. I touched the smooth and soft hair all over its body, walked into the house, and looked at it carefully. Is this a big change? Inside the small building, Chen Yuan drank coffee. The entire cabin has changed a lot. Underneath the small building, there are still thick wooden pillars supporting it, about 1 meter high from the ground. As for the small building, there are several compartments, including a dedicated indoor greenhouse area and livestock area. In addition, the work table has been fully upgraded and turned into a dedicated studio. The small tools that were randomly placed inside were neatly hung on one wall, and 4 tool hammers, Chen Yuan, were also hung there. The ground is paved with even stones. In a central location near the workbench, a small stove was already there and had been upgraded to a fireplace. The fireplace is burning. There were neat piles of wood next to it. The wooden windows are open and there are screens, so small insects and mosquitoes cannot fly in. By the fireplace, a large bench that can be used as a sofa. On the left-hand side, a small compartment is specially set aside, about 7 or 8 square meters, which can be used for storage. As for the previous water purification area, it is still there. Chen Yuan added water to the water purifier one by one, and the water purifier started working again. The entire first floor has doubled in area. Although a lot of space has been added, the space is still very large. At last, there is a new smelting furnace near the workbench, and this smelting furnace is quite powerful. Metal can be continuously smelted to improve its grade. Before, Chen Yuan used to hammer iron blocks into fine iron. This was the function of making pages, and it was not very efficient. But with the smelting furnace, not to mention iron blocks, but copper blocks, silver, gold, all can be smelted and upgraded. And it can be smelted in batches very quickly. Smelting furnace. A furnace that can smelt 300 units of metal minerals. However, before smelting, it is recommended to find some good clay, so that its service life will be longer and its efficiency will be higher. Nice clay. Chen Yuan didn't think much and directly hung up the transaction. Come to the second floor. There is a spiral staircase next to the fireplace that leads directly to the second floor. The entire small building has 3 floors. The second floor is where Chen Yuan lives, and the largest one is Chen Yuan's bedroom. A large wooden bed covered with animal skin rugs. The bedside table next to it. The Yongming desk lamp is right there. There are also desks, bookcases, and wooden chairs. Connected to the inside of the bedroom, there is a washroom where you can brush your teeth, wash your face, use the toilet, and even a bathtub. The only regret is that you have to fetch water yourself. The bedroom is huge. The other end leads to the balcony. There is a deck chair on the balcony, which faces north and south. When the weather is good, you can also bask in the sun. At the other end of the bedroom, it's the dining room. Further inside the dining room is the kitchen. Some of Chen Yuan's previous equipment, grills, plates, bowls, kettles, that set of exquisite tableware. Everything related to the kitchen is here. And there is also a stove. Only then did Chen Yuan realize that the fireplace underneath was upgraded, and the original stove was still this stove. Since the fire is already lit in the fireplace, 10 wood can burn for 8 hours. The whole small building was warm. Further up, you have to go up the stairs of the dining room. The third floor is not big, more like a small stone house built on the roof. The remaining area is considered a rooftop. When the weather is nice, you can hang out in the sun. And you can also practice axe skills on the rooftop. The rooftop was still colder than inside the building. Chen Yuan shrank his neck and went back with Xiaobai in his arms. Look at the cabin again. Cabin. Current level LV3, required to upgrade to the next level. High quality concrete 0.2, primary stone crystal 10/20, wind element crystal 6/10, fire element crystal 6/10, earth element crystal 0.10, water element crystal 2/10, wood element crystal 0.10, steel grained wood 0.5, intermediate obsidian 0/1, intermediate upgrade stone 0/1. High quality concrete. Concrete made from high-quality stones, high-quality sand, and a certain amount of water. Elementary stone crystal. Used to strengthen cabins, strengthen defense, keep warm in winter and cool in summer, and can communicate with the elements. Shi Jing does have some. The wind, fire, earth, water and wood elemental crystals are far behind. As for steel grain wood, intermediate obsidian and intermediate upgrade stone, I didn't even see a shadow. Normally, these can only be dropped from silver level treasure chests, and the chance of them dropping from bronze treasure chests is not high. It's also because Chen Yuan's rank is too fast than others. At this time, most players are struggling on the road to LV2 cabins. It's still early to LV3, let alone LV4. Compared to these, high-quality concrete is simpler. On the market, like excellent seeds, excellent stones and excellent sand are also sold. It's just that the quantity is small. While the trading value has not been discovered, harvest a wave first. Chen Yuan directly posted a transaction. 100 milliliters of water or 0.1 piece of raw meat, seeking 1 unit of excellent stone or excellent sand. There are discounts for large quantities. Then, all the treasure chests obtained in the lake before were opened. Game tips. Iron block +3. Game tips. Copper block +3. Game tips. Silver block +1. Game tips. High quality beef tendon +3. Game tips. Excellent breadfruit seed +1. These treasure chests are made of wood and black iron. Chen Yuan got a lot of ore materials from them, and there were also 3 excellent seeds, 2 excellent breadfruit seeds, and 1 excellent potato seed. Chen Yuan planted all 3 seeds in the indoor greenhouse. Then, he opened the last bronze treasure chest. Game tips. Get primary obsidian +1. Game tips. Get water element crystal +1. Game tips. Get soul +1. From the bronze treasure chest obtained by killing the Grey Wolf King, he actually got obsidian and element crystal, and also soul. This was very surprising to Chen Yuan. Ordinary Grey Wolves cannot drop these things. Is it because of the Grey Wolf King? While thinking about the reason, Chen Yuan took out the soul. A green ball was suspended in his palm. Grey Wolf King soul. A low-level soul, but even so, it can provide good energy efficiency. Closing square bracket. Chen Yuan took out the jet backpack. Jet backpack. The current state is damaged, 1 soul can be repaired, and the current soul is found. Do you want to repair it? Closing square bracket. Chen Yuan hesitated slightly. Finally, decided to give it a try. Repair. In a moment, the green soul was integrated into the jet backpack. The entire jet backpack was originally shabby and looked like equipment from decades ago, but after this soul passed by, it instantly became brand new and clean. Looking again. Jet backpack. The jet backpack is already intact, the power source has been replenished, and it can support the launch time for 60 minutes. The current remaining launch time is 60/60ths of a minute. It can be upgraded. The upgrade requires 4 souls and 2 primary upgrade stones. Chen Yuan. Upgrade requires so many things. However, Chen Yuan has no idea of upgrading the jet backpack for the time being. Not to mention that the cost is too large, the jet backpack is used to save lives. 60 minutes of jetpack is enough to save his life several times. So, after finishing all this, Chen Yuan came to the outside of the small building, thought about it a little, and began to practice the werewolf fighting skills. Although the werewolf fighting skills are incomplete, they are at least perfect. Ordinary level, excellent level, perfect level. His highest level at present. After practicing the werewolf fighting skills for about an hour, Chen Yuan's bare-handed close combat level has greatly improved. And the fighting skills combined with the axe method are more powerful. In this way, it will be easier to deal with the level of the Grey Wolf King. Chen Yuan drank 2 sips of water. Just about to go back to the house. At this time, a message came. Brother Chen, do you need excellent stones? I have a lot here, but I lack the right tools and the collection speed is too slow. Can you think of a way? It was Lu Xiaoya. There are excellent stones, but just lack tools. This is not difficult for Chen Yuan. Wait a moment. Chen Yuan replied, and immediately went back to the house and took out 8 pieces of iron from the work table. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan had an iron pickaxe in his hand. An iron pickaxe made of fine iron. Lu Xiaoya's cabin has obviously not been upgraded to level 2, so it cannot temper iron. Give it to Lu Xiaoya. Wow, this is much faster, Brother Chen. As soon as Lu Xiaoya used it, her efficiency was greatly improved, which was very surprising. A fine-grade iron pickaxe will certainly not be bad. Chen Yuan replied. Thank you, Brother Chen. Lu Xiaoya was very happy. With this iron pickaxe, I can mine much faster. I estimate that I can get over 100 pieces a day. Brother Chen, I will contact you after I finish mining. Good. Goodbye, Brother Chen. Lu Xiaoya seemed to be fighting all night. However, Chen Yuan, who had been busy all day, did not have the habit of going out at night, so he returned to the second floor to prepare food. Before getting ready, Chen Yuan came outside the building again. Chen Yuan looked at the thick and solid wooden piles under the building. Big wooden pile. The cabin has been upgraded to level 3. The wooden pile can be replaced with a large roller for convenient travel. Big roller. A roller that facilitates the movement of cabins. At the current level, 4 large twin-tire rollers need to be configured. Each twin-tire large roller consumes 10 pieces of wood and can be manufactured. Note: after the big roller is successfully installed, the game will come with a simple engine to provide power for the roller action. After installing the big roller, a simple engine is also provided to provide power. It seems that these are the corresponding functions after the cabin is upgraded to L3. But, should I install it? Chen Yuan thought for a while. It's better to give up first. The surroundings haven't been explored yet, and with his current strength, he can walk around sideways. You can feel free to investigate. And, there are other beasts on the other side of the lake. The Grey Wolf King is dead, as well as the Hyena King, the Buffalo King. If the Grey Wolf King is killed, a bronze treasure chest will drop. What about them? Although the Grey Wolf has the highest level in terms of level, the kings of other beast groups may not have the opportunity to drop bronze treasure chests. And once it falls, you can collect primary obsidian, upgrade stones, elemental crystals of various attributes, and even souls. Tomorrow, we'll go there again. And, Chen Yuan was deep in thought and looked to the west again. The wilderness outside the woods. He always felt mysterious. Now his strength has improved, he has a complete jetpack, and he also has a right-hand assistant, Xiaobai. You can go for a walk. I always feel that there is something better over there. Chen Yuan was deep in thought. Go back inside. Both the iron door and the wooden door were closed tightly. Start preparing delicious food. Noob. While preparing the food, Xiaobai jumped into Chen Yuan's arms again. It is now very affectionate to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked at the time. It's 5:40 now. There are only 20 minutes left until the personal comprehensive attribute value update at 6 o'clock. Xiaobai, if you eat some special energy jade stones, you can level up faster. Now I will give you a few jade stones. Do you want to see them? Chen Yuan took out a wind element crystal, an obsidian, and an upgrade stone from the warehouse. 3 stones were placed in front of Xiaobai one by one. Xiaobai sniffed them one by one. Finally, he stopped in front of obsidian. Squeak. It was extremely humane and looked at Chen Yuan expectantly. The meaning in its eyes was that it clearly wanted to eat the obsidian. This. Chen Yuan picked up the wind element crystal and shook it in front of it. Xiaobai folded his little ears and shook his head. Chen Yuan picked up the upgrade stone again. Still shaking his head. It seems that the only one he likes is obsidian. Xiaobai is now at level 13 and can deal with many grey wolves of the same level. What if he is given more obsidian? The improvement of Xiaobai's strength is not only level, but also bloodline activation and skill upgrading. Compared with ordinary beasts, Xiaobai is obviously much stronger. Okay, you eat obsidian. Feed the obsidian to Xiaobai's mouth. Xiaobai did not eat immediately, but rubbed his little head on Chen Yuan's hand before swallowing the obsidian in one gulp. Game tips. Intimacy +1. Pet beast Xiaobai's current intimacy is 92. Game tips. The pet beast Xiaobai has swallowed the primary obsidian and is about to fall into sleep, please let it rest. Even though obsidian is so big. With Xiaobai's passive skill devouring ability, he still swallowed it in one gulp. Once swallowed, it is digested. And obviously, sleep is the best digestion at the current level. Then, Chen Yuan placed Xiaobai next to the fireplace downstairs, got a special blanket for him, and put it under it. It will not be installed in the livestock pen. That was where chickens, ducks and cows would be raised in the future. Chen Yuan then returned to the second floor. Upstairs. The temperature of the fireplace is directly transmitted to the second floor. I don't know how the transmission of the heat of the fireplace is designed. Anyway, it is just like the floor heating in the original world. Get ready for grilling. The barbecue includes crocodile meat, wolf king meat, and the remaining fish and water snake meat of the day. Next it is freshly brewed coffee, still steaming hot. There is also a fruit plate with wild fruits and berries. The food is sumptuous. When Chen Yuan started eating and drinking, he entered the World Channel and it was almost 6 o'clock. I've had a busy day today, so I should be able to add 10 points, right? Stop dreaming, 3 points at most. I'm here to see how many points Mr. Chen will add. Me too, I expect more points from Boss Chen than I expect from myself. Upstairs, you probably know how much you can't add, right? Haha, it's true. I just got the news. I heard that some of the top 10 guys in the world have gained a lot today. They may have added dozens or even hundreds of points. I heard that they seem to have joined forces. Joining forces for what? Who knows, but will we be very powerful if we work together? Look at me, Mr. Chen, hush, stop talking, it's time. That's it. The entire panel was refreshed. Then, the points on the leaderboard change. Chen Yuan saw his score at the first glance. He was still ranked first, with 1842 points. 1842. 1842. Oh my god, it's so scary. How many times have you been here before? 1278. How many points were added? 564 points. I added 5 points, and Mr. Chen added 564 points. Did it kill a dragon or something else? I want to know where Mr. Chen is. I'm going to hold his thigh and bring him tea and water. Woo, I want to too. Who said just now how many points the other big guys in the world rankings have added? Do they add up to as many points as Big Chen? Quote. Looking at this score, Chen Yuan was slightly surprised. Immediately, there weren't many surprises. The cabin is upgraded to LV3. And he also got so many elemental crystals, obsidian, and upgrade stones, and his own strength was also improved, and his jetpack was also repaired. After getting so many supplies, Xiaobai was also promoted to level 13. Added 564 points. Not much at all. Looking at other ranked survivors, Yan Tianbao, ranked second in the world, ranked behind him with 416 points. How long has he been here before? 346. The growth rate is only 1/8 of his own. See this. Chen Yuan closed the world chat channel. This Chen Yuan. In Yan Tianbao's communication device, many top 10 players in the world were watching the changes in their rankings. Nothing but silence. Someone just calculated it, and the total points gained by the 10 of them were a few points less than Chen Yuan's. It's so heartbreaking. Wilt sighed inside. At this time, someone on the world channel suddenly said in surprise, "There is fog on the sea. Why is the fog green?" What he said. Very strange. Where is the mist green? But at this time, everyone was discussing the score update, so there was no time to pay attention to him. Even if someone saw it, they were too lazy to reply. There was a lot of discussion about the score update. These words were like a stone falling into the ocean, causing no ripples. As the night falls, many people begin to rest, recharge their batteries, and prepare for the next day's work. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, at a certain moment, the dawn pierced the darkness, and the next day arrived. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.